It is on television. It is on Channel 23.
Oh, I don't do that.
Okay.
That's the only time. That's the only channel we can put it on.
One, I mean, it's not on a bill. It's not in any other way.
Yeah, it's that was in the agreement that we had with the town and village of New Paltz. So it wouldn't necessarily be on the bill because it's specific to this area. But if you give me your phone number, and I'll have Sabrina reach out to you. Sabrina is the customer service rep that's been helping all the seniors in this area make sure that they get them. Because once this new contract goes into effect, everybody that's in there will remain part of that senior discount. So if you can just either want to write your home phone number on this piece of paper, and then I'll take care of it and we'll give you a call back.
Thank you.
And your home address too, just to make sure. Thank you.
Well, we'll talk a little bit more about the senior discount and explain things so people understand. But I don't know if there's anybody else here who wants to talk. So, Ira, if you can get the microphone. You don't have to stand up if you don't want, but just wait this way they can hear it. They can hear it.
I have to agree. You don't train your staff very well. And the classic example is the senior discount. When I called for my senior discount, the first thing your clerk told me is, we have no idea what you're talking about. And this went on for a month and a half. I finally got somebody's name off Channel 23, called them, they're no longer there. So the name you have there. But the point is, your staff, when you call and ask a question, you can't get an answer. It's like I called and asked how come my franchise fee went up. So for 2 months it's been up, and I've been asking for 2 months, and for 2 months I keep getting, well, somebody will call you back within 24 hours, and nobody does. You're really not very customer friendly. It's like you keep your, and I said to the clerks, I said, I have nothing against the clerks, because you deliberately, appears that you deliberately keep them in the dark so that they can't answer customer questions. You don't want them being involved. Say, well, that's fine, but try to get a supervisor in less than an hour. I mean, it's really ridiculous that you have to deal with people who have no concept of what the whole program is. I mean, I eventually got my senior discount, but I mean, just listening to people say, well, there's no such thing, we don't know what it's all about. I mean, they're sitting there in front of the computer, they type in senior discount. How can they not know what it is? I mean, I don't know how your system works, but that's, it is. My second problem is I'm being told that the reason that my Channel 23 doesn't come in clear or loud or whatever is because it's your system. Now, you should have a consistent system that everybody within the town or the village that gets Channel 23 should have a consistent sound level. It shouldn't be that Henry Du Bois doesn't get it and Prospect Park does get it or whatever. I mean, I don't know what you're doing there, but you're certainly not serving the public, by ignoring all of these problems. The same thing when you have to have a repair, and it takes 2 weeks. If you're busy putting new systems in, but if you can't maintain the old systems that go down, and they tell me, well, yeah, after 24 hours you get a credit. What we do? When you're out for a week and you don't have the personnel to service what you have now, you shouldn't be going forward looking for more and more people when you can't service the people that you have now. And those are my complaints. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I kindly ask you to put your name and phone number on here as well, so that I can make sure that...
Yeah.
Right there, if you could just put your name and your phone number on, please. Thank you very much.
So is there anybody else in the audience who would actually like to speak? Say anything? Request a senior discount?
There is a new name up on our Channel 23 bulletin board of a new contact person.
Which
you have to wait for it to scroll through, but it does give you an exact name and contact extension number.
But I think we should explain the caveat with the senior discount that everybody should know, because, and correct me, Brenda, if I'm wrong, that I think, yes, it's in our contract, but we're the only town left that actually still provides the seniors with a discount. Is that true?
There's very few. There's only a handful of them, and
Okay, and so it's my understanding that whatever senior is in the system now, whatever senior signs up now before the new contract, but actually I looked at the contract, the new contract, and it actually does have the senior discount still in the new contract.
yeah, what it does is it's qualifying all the existing ones.
Oh, okay.
There's no provision for new ones.
Okay,
I was
okay.
not aware of that in the new contract. I thought that the new contract extended this benefit in perpetuity.
To the existing
I
customers.
was not aware of that. I thought any senior citizen under our new contract could qualify. So I think we need to just go back and be clear on that.
Well, that's why I'm bringing it up now, so we can have clarity.
So just to alert our senior citizens, there is some misunderstanding, I think, about the terms of the new contract. My impression was that it would, that senior citizens who became senior citizens after the date of the acceptance of the contract could qualify in the future. And your understanding is that you must qualify before the contract is approved in order to be eligible for this discount. So I think we both have some homework to do, because that was news to me. I thought that the new contract enabled anybody who became a senior citizen from now on to be eligible for the discount.
I will go back and double check.
Okay.
Okay. But as I understand now, I mean, I do have the contract, I can try to run up and get it. I mean, as I understand it, as we've been working through this, for the moment, the way it is, people who are seniors now will continue to get it. And if seniors sign up now before the new contract is approved by the FCC,
The PSC.
the PSC,
PSC.
okay, that if they sign up now, they'll be under the old contract, so they'll be able to get it. But then once the new contract is approved by the PSC, then it sort of ends. So in a way, we have to sort of alert all our seniors now that if they want to get their cable discount, they got to sign up now. So I don't know how long that process is. I don't know if Brenda knows. I mean, it's gotten up there, but I don't know how long.
Yeah, they usually issue an order in about 3 months. That's usually the time frame. So it went up in the beginning of April, and it was accepted. So that's what we've been historically seeing over the last year, is about 3 months for them to issue an order. And the order's issued and the contract becomes effective that date, so.
Okay, I just brought up the latest, greatest version, and
It's so great having you sitting here.
it does say that subscribers who are currently receiving the following senior discount shall continue to receive it. This was not in the versions that I last looked at, so this is a new development, and this is apparently the one that's been forwarded to the PSC. So I encourage anybody who is a senior citizen to make their application now, because once the contract is approved, seniors will no longer be eligible.
I guess we should also try to figure out a way, like, how to get that information out, because a lot of seniors don't watch Channel 23, and they not necessarily all read the New Paltz Times. And so, you know, maybe at the senior luncheons, maybe at the next senior luncheon, maybe we could try to, try to bring something back there. So, now, in terms of, though, I do know you gave us a new person, because that's been an issue we've had with people calling Time Warner on behalf of their senior discount and never being able to get a person. And so, you know, we get a lot of calls from people upset about that and spend a lot of time with seniors on this. So there's a new person who has been given, right?
Mm-hmm.
And her name is what?
Currently Sabrina Mojica. I apologize to her for messing that up. Let me see if I have her number here with me.
And her spelling.
Mojica.
ICA, okay. and she's sort of knows, she understands the Newport
Yes,
system, and
she
she's...
definitely does, yes. So that's why Sabrina was assigned, and her
Okay.
location was changed, and that's why I think the confusion happened with the phone number.
Okay,
But the phone number that's posted on Channel 23 is the correct phone number, because it has a phone number and then like a 5-digit extension beyond that.
okay.
So you get her voicemail, or you get her live body. It doesn't go into a
Mhm.
pool. And I gave it to Don, and I didn't
Okay,
agree with it.
I mean, we can get it, and we can, and I know it's on Channel 23. Okay, Kitty had a question in regard to that, and I think it's the same thing with the construction fund that we'll be getting, that again, we have to wait for the contract to be approved, and then once the contract's approved, then we'll get the money, for the construction fund.
Correct.
Right, so we have to wait for that, but you had some...
I was just wondering if we can have a status update on the construction projects that we had submitted,
Okay.
and how many of those have been completed, and how many are remaining to be done, so we can get an estimate of what's remaining.
Okay, I know that they were all slated to be completed by the end of this year, but I will see where they are in the process for you and then report back to you, because
Okay.
I do not know.
So to address the sort of ongoing question
Oh, right,
about
the sound.
the sort of erratic quality of the sound, is it because of the modulator that we have here? Because when you watch the broadcast on another date, when it's being rebroadcast, the sound is fine. But when it's going out live, it's very sketchy. So,
I'm not 100% sure since, and I don't know if you can answer the question or not, I think since we've started with the microphones and it's plugged from there directly into there, I think now finally, I think people's sound is a lot better, and I think we don't have as many problems as we used to.
no,
Once we've,
that's not the case.
have people still saying things? And I think the other possible problem is, and I'm not sure, I'm certainly not an expert, another thing I might have heard is it has to do with the switching of TVs from digital TVs and, and people who have older TVs, and so therefore I think everything's out digital, so if you don't have a...
Well, most of the people who are watching on Channel 23 have cable and digital.
But do they have, there's a couple of scenarios
Yeah.
that from my understanding, I will back and double check, but from my understanding, a couple of scenarios kind of change it up. Whether they have the cable hooked directly to their set, whether they're getting cable through a converter box,
Ah, okay.
or if they're actually receiving it through a tuner, which is already in their TV. Because remember when Dave was here, that was some of the things that we were trying to figure out, like what they were watching. So I know that those were some of the instances where things may have been, the sound may have been the issue. So whether it's a direct set connect to the TV, or through the converter, or through the TV
Okay.
that has the tuning adapter in it, or a direct, a brand new TV.
So, I mean, I know what's been happening is I do think for some people, us taking the sound and putting it right into the system is, has improved it. I know that when they take it back to USI Video, whatever they do, they're able to make it so the future
Right.
broadcasts are all fine. It's just the actual live broadcasts.
Well,
And
these mics have always gone out directly through the transmission. These amplify it for the room.
but it's also, no, but Chris also is somehow, they also did a connect, both. This is now hooked up, these are now hooked up directly into there also.
Okay, well, we're still getting complaints. I
I'll-
can't complain, I can't
I'll
explain it.
reconfirm, and I'll let you know that too.
I mean, all I know is we're trying the best we can to make people be able to hear the meetings. If they watch them, they might as well be able to hear them, but, what I have, I have heard that it has to do with some of the different TVs and what Brenda explained, but you'll check it and get back to us.
But you're saying the rebroadcast, everything is fine on every,
The rebroadcast, the sound is great. It's just the live transmissions that are inconsistent. Is it possible to have closed captioning on Channel 23? I saw your hand go up. It's not really ADA compliant. as it is now?
I don't know if that's the first question I had like that, so I'll have to find that out.
Tw- 26, 32. And I'm not going to give you the rest because I'm going to play them.
That's bad karma.
I'll tell you afterwards, we'll go buy a ticket together. How's that? Okay? Okay, so I
And
guess,
all the proceeds go to the town of New Paltz.
yeah, right.
That should cover next year's tax levy.
Sounds.
Well, actually, this year's tax levy was minus 4.4%, so
How
there
much
was- there was-
is lotto
I just don't know if we're going to pull off a miracle again.
tonight? Seriously, digress.
Okay, so with that, I guess, Brenda, will thank you for coming. We don't need to hold you over because there's nobody else here. We'd like to thank the people who did come out. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for making Brenda's trip worthwhile, and thank you for coming down and being with us.
You're welcome, and I'll get these back to you.
Okay, great.
Hopefully in a couple of weeks.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay, great,
Thank you.
thanks.
Good night.
So we have 2 more minutes before we have to open up the meeting. Your friend came, he thought he had to be here at 7 o'clock. We told him our meeting doesn't really start till 7:30, that we only started early because of Time Warner, and that he should go get a slice of pizza, which he did.
Okay, so I don't see it on the agenda. but-
You're right, because it wasn't on the agenda, because when we set the agenda, it wasn't on our agenda, but we're going to have to add it.
Here is the man who's going to add it to the agenda.
I'm going to add it to the agenda.
So it will get added, it just was not brought to my attention. Well, actually, it was brought to my attention, and I had asked if it could wait till next month, because we had so much to do, but we were asked not to wait.
Yeah, it's kind of been under the radar, and we have to do it.
Yeah, so,
Hi, Doctor. How about the Celtics? Oh. Oh, I just watched it. I watched part of it.
time we watch the
Rest of the season's a write-off. It's like watching hockey. Who watches hockey? Nobody. Watch hockey for like, 'cause everyone makes playoffs, like what, 4 teams? Yeah, the NBA, you watch it for. Yeah, the only reason you wanna watch the NBA is just for the playoffs. Yeah, the Celtics are amazing too. When you go 2-0, I don't think anybody's gonna touch you, right? How about the Yankees in Tampa Bay, though? I think one of the Yankees' best pitchers getting spanked. Chris, you owe me 30. You do. Happens to the best of the pitchers. planted, they're already planted. The hops are a weed, they keep coming up.
Oh, you don't have to replant?
No, it gets worse. Now we gotta go
I have
and,
to weed.
weed is one, but you gotta go thin them. So now you gotta go through and actually, they're serving them down at, Rock and Rye. The sprouts, yeah, the hop sprouts. Actually, we give them to Rock, we don't even, so we just give them to Rock and Rye.
And
they're
what do they make out of?
different things. They put them on salads and they also pickle them. Pickled hop sprouts.
Are they fermented?
I have absolutely no idea what happens after that. I gave him a couple pounds the other week, and then
Wow.
tomorrow I have to spend. My brother and I are going to probably be in the field probably 10 hours, probably be 20 man
Picking
hours,
hops.
thinning them out because there's like
You're supposed to cut the
yeah.
growth.
So let's just say there's like out of each rhizome there'll be like now like 10 plants coming up. I only need 2 or 3, so I got to get rid of all the other ones. So I'll spend the next
Thinning.
month thinning the hops. So
A
there will be.
farmer's plight.
There will be a lot of, so tomorrow my brother is taking off and he's coming down tonight.
So you can hand them out at Clean Sweep.
Yes,
Right.
Okay.
yes, although I will be a nurse all weekend.
Okay, so can I have a motion to open the meeting?
So moved?
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion so carried. Please stand for the pledge. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which stands one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Okay, everybody, thank you for coming tonight. What I need to do is, Jeff, you want to add Fortis to the agenda, right?
Fortis, and also fire contract?
What's on the agenda?
Never mind.
And I'm going to add on just quick conversation about the town water system since Dave is here, and a quick conversation on the access management plan that everybody got sent to. So I'm just going to add those two on for conversation. And
I wanted to just add, oh, never mind, it's on there.
what?
No, it's on there.
Okay.
Parades. So make sure we're up to speed on this.
Which one?
Parades, you got it on
Oh,
there.
okay. And, well, I didn't think, actually, I thought we were taking that off because we didn't have something,
I
but,
just want to confirm from last
Okay.
night's meeting.
oh,
that
okay. It was just
from-
that it said not ready yet.
Oh, I just want to confirm for the ones that they're approving at the village that we're matching.
Yeah, that's okay.
That we're approving
Yeah,
the
we
ones
already
that
had
they've
done it,
approved.
but that's okay, but we have it, so we'll talk. And then Donna Dietz, who has a water bill that she's been complaining about for a long time, and Chris is here, and so I'm just going to add the Donna Dietz bill so we can finally just take care of it. Okay, so with that, can I have a motion to accept the agenda as amended?
So moved.
I could have a second?
Second?
All in favor?
All right.
Okay, motion so carried. So, public input. Is there anybody here from the public who would like to speak to the board? Okay, if you're going to, we need to get,
I just want to say though.
no, you can't say it until we get you the microphone, so you can speak into the
I
mic,
want to wait for the other person, that's what I want to say.
to speak during public input?
Oh, okay. All right.
No, Fortis.
no, this is just
Fortis
public input right
Fortis
now.
is on the agenda, so you will have a chance to speak about Fortis when we have, but if this is not public input, so,
So I'll talk at that time.
okay. So nobody wants to say, no public input, okay? So announcements. Clean sweep, da-da-da.
Clean Sweep, 8:30, St. Joseph's Church, clean up your town, be part of the town-wide community team to beautify our town. And the community improvement team has been working very hard on this all year. So they hope to see you all Saturday morning. This is the first one I'm going to miss.
I'm actually missing this one, too. I have to.
I did call Sue Stegan to tell her I would not be there Saturday morning, which probably takes more courage than anything I've ever done as a town board member.
Well, Sue Stegan came in to speak with myself and Chris about some issues relative to something she's working on, and I had to tell her I wouldn't be there either, that I have to be at a family thing, leaving at 7 o'clock in the morning. So anyway, but clean sweep for everybody else, make our town beautiful. Any other announcements?
On May 2nd at 7:00 p.m. in the conference room at the town of New Paltz Town Hall, the UCIDA, which is the Ulster County Industrial Development Agency, will be holding a public hearing on Viking Industries. I would encourage everyone to attend it. Not so much, Viking Industries actually is an incredibly well-run company out on South Ohio help me here, South
South
Ohioville.
Ohioville.
I was gonna say South, but on South Ohioville, which manufactures all sorts of packaging and boxing. They truly do hire locally. They truly do have a large workforce there. They do everything that a IDA is supposed to do. They actually create jobs. But if you'd like to make comments or actually see how the IDA operates, this is an opportunity. A lot of it is due to the very hard work of Kitty Brown and having many people yell at her. The IDA now is forced to come to the municipality, for which they are giving relief to and hold public hearings. So there will be future public hearings coming up on other IDA proposed products in our community. So this would be a good time to come and understand how they work, how public comment works, and what they are doing during the process.
So Jeff, what time? Because you said May 2nd.
That would be the 2nd of May at 7:00 p.m. in the conference room of the Town of New Paltz Town Hall, which is right where we are sitting right now. And again, this would be, this one is related to Viking Industries, which again is a very good local employer in our community and has actually done what an IDA is designed to do.
This is an expansion,
Yes.
and this particular pilot is only discussing the expansion. The original complex is a tax-paying entity
Yes.
in our community.
Yeah, and yes, Kitty makes a very valid point there. The Viking industry now does pay full taxes on everything there. They're actually due to the success of the business, they're expanding the facility, and they will be hiring more people to work there once they expand their facility. So this is a good example of how an IDA should work.
The one.
It has to happen once in a while.
Sorry, I have to editorialize every now and then.
Is there any other announcements? Okay, so let's get into the agenda, and while we'll wait for some people to get here, why don't we invite Dave Clauser, our town engineer, to come up here, and he's going to talk to us about the Rose Lane and Antonio Lane, setting the public hearing for the map. And then what we'll do while he's here is get into a little conversation on a town water system, the access management, and also maybe we'll jump in at that point to the Moriello Pavilion Playground, because I think Dave might know
Thanks, Dave.
some of the information pretty intimately
Yep.
from history. So we'll do public hearing, town water supply, access management, and Moriello Pavilion Playground with Dave. And I don't think there's anything else left for Dave, except for maybe the Birch Lane dedication. Okay, so, Dave, grab the mic.
We've been asked to change the official town map to include that part of Rose Lane that goes up to the aqueduct from the end as it's shown on the present town map. This was something that we had to take a look at the deeds on the properties and try to put together the history on whether it was a private road or not. The red here on the map is this little squiggly line is what's going to show up on the official town map. The reason I haven't got that tonight is Stacy is also pulling together deeds. She believes there's another road that we can put on at the same time, Antonio Lane. And I'm waiting for those deeds to take a look at them and make sure that, again, it's a private road.
That's northeast portion of the town?
Right, that's
Yeah.
off Ohioville Road.
Right.
Now, the only problem with taking on this piece, Dave, is it's totally unimproved road bed. And
Right.
it does not even come remotely close to meeting town specs.
And it's not a town road at all. It'll remain private and it'll be maintained privately.
So we're just adding it to the map.
There's a,
Now, there was some controversy back when these top lots, and I believe this is actually either one lot on top, or is that two? I thought it was one. And I remember when it was being developed, there was some controversy over where the house was being placed. And from the maps they presented to us, and then what actually got built were actually two completely different items.
right, that was one of the lots right across the stream, that there
Yes.
was some issues with what was built and what was approved was different.
Right.
There was also a problem with some grading that was done across the road. There's been some problems here.
So Dave, what we had here was we had several residents of the town contact us because these individuals purchased lots previously, were assessed at the proper or market assessed rate for those lots for a period of time. And then it was determined that because these lots weren't abutting a officially recognized roadway in the town, the value of the lots were reduced to almost zero because they were not buildable. You couldn't get a building permit.
Right.
So this is being done to rectify that problem so that these homeowners then can do what they have to do with their lots. Is that correct?
Pay full taxes.
Yes. Yes.
Now, how did they
These
get,
are landowners, but not homeowners.
Well, they're building lots.
how did we, now, how did they get, why did we issue then permits for the ones at the end now, or that?
They were supposedly issued in error. Okay, that's what I heard.
How
I would leave it
long
that
ago?
pause, yeah, I'm with you.
This has been probably, I'm going to say 10 years ago when that house was built,
About 8 or 10 years, probably about, even less, maybe about 8 years ago.
something like
So
that.
the house that you're referring to is at the very end?
No,
No, it's
it's about
the-
halfway up.
See that large, looks like a large, almost looks like the state of Illinois, kind of? That one there, I believe, is one lot, because the owner, or they may have it as two, because one is like a helicopter landing area or something, and the other is the house,
Yeah, it's
and that is one lot. So that one,
You're talking about right here?
mhm.
So
Okay.
It's not here.
This right in here.
is
Yeah,
there
exactly.
a designation on the town map that will show this as a private road
Yes,
and never to be maintained by the town?
right. Rose Lane is a private road, for example. It's maintained by the residents that live there. This will be the same designation. The legend shows it as a private road. The New York State Town Law has a section 280A that says that you have to be on a road that's shown on a town map if one exists, and that's why this, to be able to issue a building permit, that's why this came up. And I looked and found, before I came to the meeting, that there's another piece of town law that says this needs to be referred to the planning board before an action can be taken, so we need to refer this.
Okay. And there's another roadway where Stacy has a similar issue, so it would be nice to resolve both of those.
So
Right.
the issue is that these are approved building lots that were approved before there was an official road,
Official
private
town
or
map,
public, on the town map.
right.
And the lack of that designation means that you can't go to the bank and get a mortgage,
Can't get a building permit.
can't get a building.
So that they were issued in error, apparently, the
Right.
ones that we should have never issued the building permits up there in the first place.
But they have building permits.
And one has already been built, but we just don't have a
So they
road.
were issued in error.
There's
Building permits were issued in error.
no more private roads that are allowed by the subdivision code in New Paltz, so these are all existing private roads that are there, and this one was never a private road officially,
So will this all be called Rose Lane?
I believe so.
Is that-
So Kitty, what happened, there was a property owner, a woman who was receiving her regular tax bill for, say, $150,000 assessment, was paying that on a regular basis, and then she got a tax bill the following year, which showed her assessed value at $3,000. And so her tax bill was down to $50 or some de minimis amount.
And she wanted to fight it?
And she actually called and said, "Is this a mistake?" And at that time, she learned, no, it's not a mistake. We feel your property is now worth zero because you're not, this road, this portion of the road is not on the official town map. So that's how it all got started.
And
Have you run it?
and she didn't want to keep herself off the official town map.
No.
Now, in doing real estate law, you've run into this before, though?
Well,
Similar
I've
issues.
never run into this before in terms of not having it on an official town map would preclude you from getting a building permit. I've never seen that before. But all the time, you have private roadways that are maintained, and quite frankly, what has to happen for these individuals to get mortgage financing on it is there has to be a common driveway or common road maintenance agreement, which is recorded, so the banks see that someone will be maintaining the road in order for those people to be eligible for mortgage financing.
Can that be the homeowners themselves?
Homeowners themselves have to get together and put together an agreement.
And can it be them actually with the agreement? Like, you don't need to agree with an outside contractor? You can agree?
You can agree to meet every year and establish a budget for the roadway, and everybody kicks in. If you don't kick in, there's a provision for attorney's fees, and it's a pretty regular agreement. It has to be recorded in the clerk's office, because it has to run with the land, because successive owners have to be bound by that agreement.
And those are pretty, you've seen those?
Yep.
Somewhat standard, okay.
Pretty common.
So
Okay.
basically, the action we need to take is to basically, at this point, refer to the planning board.
Right.
So moved. With the caveat that,
Now and
that
then.
Stacy can add this other
Antonio Lane.
Antonio Lane.
Off of Ohio.
Yeah.
And
So
so,
those, both of those should be referred to the planning board.
okay, but can you make it amended to say that with the review of Dave and Stacy, that it's, you know, everything is clear of the deeds, that it would be referred?
Sure.
I mean, if they find a problem, we're not going to refer it, we'll just refer the Rose Lane.
That's fine.
Is this
Okay.
due to a new sub, is there,
I'm going to second it for purposes of
Yeah.
discussion.
is there anything new out here? There's not a sign at the end of this road now.
Stacy said
No,
it was.
On Antonio? Because this is Tabor, and then there's Ligatino's down here.
Right, it's by the Palmieri properties.
With the
Stacy
pond
was-
out front?
I'm not sure.
Okay. I'm good. No, let's get the roads.
Okay,
Okay.
so, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion so carried. Okay, so let's do a quick, let's do the access management, that's easier than the town water supply. So what I did was, you guys all know that,
Easy one.
the access management plan has been on the agenda for the Transportation Implementation Committee for a very long time. Finally, Dave has done like a lot of work to finish it up. Somebody from the state came down, and it's now time to sort of bring it to a closure. It's like sort of, Kitty and I found out some interesting stuff in a sense that there really isn't a lot of access management concerns in the town per se, but for whatever reason, this was a project that was taken on, and the Transportation Implementation Committee spent a lot of time on it. So when you have volunteers spending a lot of time on something from the direction of the former supervisor, you know, in a way, you just want to honor their work. So really, it has to go to the planning board also, but what Dave wanted to do was, we wanted the town board to see it, and then the planning board will review it, and then it'll come back to the town board. But Dave wanted to give us just a quick little update. You did all get it, but Dave's going to just do a quick little update for the public and us, and we don't have to take any action. But why don't you go ahead, Dave?
This started about 6 years ago with the New Paltz Transportation and Land Use Plan. Part of that was a recommendation that Access Management Overlay District be set up. That was worked on for some time, kind of put on the back burner for a while, and then picked up again. We worked on it some last year. We got in contact with a planner from the DOT that does a lot of these. And so he took what we had and he did a little bit of cutting. He said it sounded too much engineering, so he cut some of that out. We need to add some of that back into the subdivision code, but it did streamline this somewhat. The purpose is just to be able to regulate the way access happens when it's coming into a state road. It's basically trying to keep traffic moving, that congestion really detracts on property values at some point. So it's a matter of trying to keep it moving. This would regulate the access to state roads and South Pot also, because South Pot is scheduled for development, has been for some time. 400 feet on either side of the road is kind of the overlay district that's being proposed. It allows for traffic impact studies that for larger developments is going to be required, or any time that there's an area that traffic is known to be a problem, the planning board can require that. The access standards are mostly sight distance and separation distances between intersections. There is a piece in here that's kind of new to the town, and it's something that the town board needs to consider. It's a development incentive. If a developer were to come in with a, say, a larger commercial parcel and do more than was required in the code, for example, put in a service road that would be used by other developments, or allow cross easements so parking could be shared, this code would have a recommendation from the planning board, if they thought it was a real benefit, that would go to the town board, and the town board would decide what or if an incentive would be given. It's pretty vague as far as what range of incentive could be given. I think it's better to be that way. And it's really a decision that doesn't put the town board in a corner at all. It's just kind of an up or down vote. There's also some provisions for variances. George Lithgow from the planning board looked at it and said that the variances are not quite up to what the state town law does. They have some changes that have to be made. They have to more conform with the local zoning code. He also had a couple other suggestions that, especially with the incentives, he had to add a little more language to make the incentives work, simply because there's no incentives in the other code, in the town code right now. That's kind of a real quick update on it.
Now, where would Dennis Doyle and the county come down on both of these? So on development incentives, we send it up and it's vague what we're sending up. What would the county say?
I'm not sure on that.
Okay. For variances,
he's very much in favor of access management, I know that.
Okay.
And it's not, incentives are certainly nothing new. My guess is he would like that, but I'm not sure it's been to him yet.
Well, I want to ask a question on that, but go ahead.
No, go ahead, no.
Well, actually, on the development, I mean, actually, for me, in a sense, it depends on to how extreme we're talking, because like, when the medical facility was built, we had wanted them to make an access into the Ames Plaza, whatever, ShopRite Plaza now, whatever we call it, and it didn't happen, and it should have happened. So in that kind of a scenario, are we talking about we would have given them an incentive to do something as simple as that, or are we talking on a bigger level? Because I guess my question that I'm really getting to is, why don't we just put something in the code that triggers when one business, you know, commercial development's going to go next to another, or whatever, you know, that the person who comes in after the fact has to create that, just put it in the code and not even have it vague or have, you know, an incentive. It's just, it is what it is. And in order to have access management in our community, which is supposedly important, we're putting it into the code to direct it as this is what you have to do if you want to build your project.
Generally, the planning board always looks for interconnections. This is kind of looking for something above and beyond what a developer would have to do. I'm thinking about...
So, for example, yeah, give me an example so I can understand.
Give us a hypothetical.
Right.
Say there's a commercial area, let's say South Putt, and there's a long frontage there, and there's maybe 3 properties that share that frontage. Instead of having 3 driveways that come out from each property, a developer might be able to fund a service road that would access all 3, so they would not be coming out on South Putt.
Similar to what they did over on Route 9 when they built the Five Guys Plaza, that whole interconnected roadway there, and then they come out at the light.
Right.
Okay.
Or if a developer were going to build in phases and he went ahead and built out that, say that service road or that connection before he ever did the other phases, you know, it would be serving the community until beforehand.
Why can't we just cover that possibility by requiring, I think what we used to call stub roads, just that in order to get your first proposal approved, you have to show the potential access for a connector, and that will be the access for the next project.
This would be more that first developer would actually build, say he would build a road through his development that could be used by other developments in the future, instead of just the stub.
But isn't that the point of a stub, to just say, this developer is going to build this far, and if the next developer who is adjacent wants to develop his parcel, he must go through project A and further develop the stub road?
It's a matter, I guess, if it's a benefit to the community to have that infrastructure in beforehand or not. You know, instead of just building piece at a time, you get to use the entire piece while the other develops. I mean, again, it's really an incentive that's the planning board would have to see that it was a benefit before they'd recommend it, and then the town board would look at that and decide whether that really.
I'm just concerned that the cost of the potential infrastructure on developer A would require such a gift of incentives that we may find ourselves giving the incentives and having the infrastructure there, and then project B doesn't happen. But project A is suddenly much bigger than we thought it was going to be.
The developer would have to convince you what the benefit was before you'd even consider an incentive. There's absolutely no automatic here at all.
Do you have something in mind already?
No, I don't.
Well, and I was just thinking of that.
I think I'm struggling here. I'm trying to think of
I mean, there actually is a opportunity, or the opportunity may be long since passed though, but we have a tremendous issue already, and it's going to become worse on South Putt Corners, where there's soon will be another hotel property. We have a beer distributor there, and you have Frito-Lay. If all three of those shared one entrance, it would certainly help traffic patterns on that, because they're all way too close. The Super 8 is already way too close to the intersection, and that creates a problem all into itself.
So a service road there would make a lot of sense.
Make a lot of sense, and they're already developed. So to Kitty's point, that would be a good example of a place where you could give the incentive because the existing businesses are already there. So we don't need to, so to speak, worry that it's not going to be developed. If we could somehow connect all of those into a single driveway, or at least 3 out of those 4, that would be a great advantage to our community. At least to the traffic on South Putt.
So this could be made retroactive to existing?
I don't know. There's the guy there.
Well,
I mean, I don't think you go retro.
Well, this was really going forward, but Jeff is giving an example.
I mean, that would be a great example where...
If it was done at the time...
10 years ago.
It may not be too late. We have one of the businesses is not developed the property yet, and maybe we do have an opportunity for them to join in with the adjoining property. I mean, we could get a service road at least out of 2 of them, because we're going to be adding...
I think we can get it anyway. I mean, we have the stub road provision. It just feels to me that we always have actually the requirement, if there's an adjacent piece of developable property, to say, this is going to be the way you access the next piece. And I am not in favor of incentives, because in my brief history, we grant the incentives but never get the benefit.
I agree.
That's why I asked the question.
Thank you.
Stub roads are in subdivisions, they're not in site plans particularly.
Well,
And that's too bad. I agree.
But can we put them, that's what my question was, like, in other words, instead of creating an incentive because it's not in the code, why can't we just change the code to put in what we want? So, I mean, I'm just sort of turning it...
Because each situation's different.
That's what I was
So you need a little bit, he's saying you need some flexibility with this, where there might be circumstances where this will apply, and you want to have the flexibility to encourage the orderly development that you're looking for.
As an example, the ShopRite or Stop and Shop Plaza has 2 banks adjacent to each other. one bank very much would like to grant the access and the other wouldn't. I mean, and we have a landlord that's, has a lease with one of the banks, and
Stop and Shop Plaza has two banks?
Yeah, Empire and
Actually, there are three banks.
there's three.
Oh,
Empire, Bank of America, and what's the new one in, it used to be
Citizens Bank.
Citizens, but it's different now.
But
Shopping
right in
Plaza?
the store,
Right.
Stop and
This
Shop.
one is Stop and Shop. This bank actually is.
oh, I know, but so that's,
And what's
the
interesting, the one
next to it
landowner,
is the Empire State.
and the one landowner
They
of
would like
Empire
this.
State
oh, right,
has a
right,
huge
okay,
IDA.
okay.
Huge.
Well, yeah, but,
Huge.
but again, the Empire State, it was supposed to, when Dr. Meshi's built that, for, whatever,
should all
that
be
was supposed to
interconnected.
have gotten built. And I don't know
Absolutely.
why they ended up not building it, I don't remember, but that was part of the whole conversation. I don't know where it got dropped, but.
So we give the incentives and we never get
Well-
the reward. So my feeling is there a way to amend the code to say that rather than incentives, access to adjacent commercial properties shall be provided?
As long as there's a way to waive that, if there is some kind of specific issue that it doesn't work. Yeah.
Okay. Can we just do that? I have not seen an incentive yet that works in the town's favor.
So let me ask you a
Well, that's
question, Dave.
because the town historically has made poor decisions when it comes to the incentives.
But the problem is, we can't guarantee in the future that they won't make poor decisions either. We can only
Well,
guarantee
we
that
are
right
not gonna
now.
make poor decisions.
We can only guarantee that right now with the four of us sitting here, we're trying our,
Huh?
We're not immortal.
No, but these decisions they seem to be immortal.
Exactly.
Right.
So let me ask you a question, Dave, being that this has been worked on for a very long time. It's finally at a point where it's somewhat finalized. You're coming to us, you want to take it to the planning board. What did you take it to them Monday?
I just talked to him about it Monday, just to let him know that it was coming.
Okay, so you didn't get into it,
I just went over this, basically.
and they didn't have the reaction to the development incentives that we did?
No.
They did or did not?
They
Didn't.
They didn't, but I'm not sure that they had a lot of time with it either.
So I guess my question would be, would it be problematic in a way to sort of figure out how to modify this to sort of make us all happy and then still be able to go back without there being a lot of work?
I can modify it, I'm not sure I can make everybody happy, though.
Well, if you make us happy.
Well, I think you have to be careful, though.
Right, exactly.
You have to be careful, though, because we don't understand the entire significance of this as we sit here right now without getting deeper into it. So I don't think we should just make any decisions without, I mean, here he is coming here saying that this is an idea, maybe a good idea. So I think we should flush it out a little bit more.
Well, this is what this is. I mean, basically, in essence, he's taking it to the planning board. You can bring up to the planning board our concerns. We could certainly ask the planning board via Dave, that the town board asks the planning board to specifically, when they go through the access management plan, look at this one area, try to understand in the community in terms of what space we have left, where we have development.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
How it would work, not work, and come back with a sort of recommendation of how.
So you have something specific
Right.
that you're applying it to,
Yeah.
instead of just a global.
Right.
Okay, so how's that?
So obviously, there are certain sections of town which are zoned for commercial development that has the space for this kind of stuff. Some, not a lot, some,
This is only for county and town roads.
right.
And
So there's
State-
not a
state
lot.
roads.
but we've
State
all.
roads.
State and
we
county.
all-
State and county.
Yes, sorry.
Just state, actually.
State and county, sorry, I misspoke. And we all want to reduce as far as possible the number of access points on any road. So we're,
Okay.
so I agree with the concept.
So I think we have a plan. So we'll basically, Dave will take, he knows our concerns, he'll work with, as the planning board to
Thanks,
take
Dave.
this on a little bit. But, if they're gonna look at it though, there should be sort of like take a month or two, but then really get back to us, because I think we owe it to the transportation committee to try to move this forward, because they've
Dave, you want to give
worked
us an
on this for a long
update?
time.
Give us an update on Springtown Road real quick?
We have, I believe, now 7 residents that want to get some additional elevations shot. We're planning on doing that the first full week in May, and we'll be contacting the residents to let them know exactly when we're going to be there.
So if any additional Springtown Road residents between Doug and Craigswood are interested in having their property elevations established for purposes of the floodplain, they should contact Mr. Clauser's office. We already sent a letter out to them.
Right.
Okay, thanks, Dave.
Do we need to do any kind of follow-up? Are you going to go door to door?
Maybe. There aren't that many people between that stretch, to be honest with you.
Okay. Okay, so, quick town water system update. You know, obviously, we've talked for a very, very long time about the town potentially creating its own system. And, you know, there's a couple of impetuses right now. I mean, a quick little thing with the village increasing the water rate for the higher uses, it is creating a problem for some of our local businesses. One of our businesses came in, the Cherry Hill Laundromat, came in because they use a lot of water. And so therefore, their bill, I think in just one quarter alone, increased $2,400. And they basically were saying that with that kind of increase, that they're going to have to consider shutting down. They can't afford it. So there's unintended consequences, and we have no control over it. We also have a lot of projects that are coming in to the town outside the village, whether it's on South Putt or on 32, or whether it's out by the thruway, you know, towards the Genesis Diner, that are all looking to do projects, and they're all talking about, you know, creating their own water or sewer system. And actually, in the code for some of these projects, they actually have to be, they have to have a municipal system, which once you start having them create a municipal system, adds an incredible amount of cost to their project, which then adds cost to, you know, if it's for seniors or for whatever. So it sort of feels like, in a way, with a lot of projects coming, a lot of potential for revenue to help us offset some of this, the time sort of seems to be coming where the town outside the village really needs to start to consider how to create its own water system. And basically, there is a lot of properties that seem to have very potable water and are willing to work with the town. There's also some properties that are willing to work with the town for sewer that have discharge places, and, you know, the ability to possibly create a loop going from, you know, South Putt coming back up 32, which in of itself would help the high school too. You know, we also keep talking about, like, the infamous Plesser property and the potential for water on that property. So Dave, myself, and George Lithgow and Stacy got together because a particular project came in to talk to Stacy and I about doing something on 32 when we started talking about the water and the, you know, and
32?
Going down 32 South. It's it's a potential senior citizen residential project close to Goodman's project. And because it's an overlay district and they want to do some senior housing, and they came to talk to us first before they start spending money. And when Stacy looked at the code and we started talking about the municipal system and they started talking about the cost and whatever, you know, we said, let's follow up with a meeting with Dave and George Lithgow to talk about us really creating a system. And so I sort of feel like we're sort of at a point where we've talked about it for so long, but maybe it's time to start to sort of really study it, move forward, and see if we could do it. Kitty and I were talking about the fact, we were at an event today that had to do with financing open space and how you use open space bonds, and the fact that we actually have an approved open space bond in the community with money sitting there, which might give us the ability to use some of that money to actually purchase some of the property that has the water. And then there's also other opportunities with the state to potentially create a water system. There is the need for the village to have to get off of the aqueduct for a while, with the DEP potentially willing to, you know, try to work with the community. So George Lithgow, the other night, he and I were at a food hub thing up at the community college, and he had asked if I would come back to the board and ask the, well, no, he didn't ask me that. He said, could you get Dave to start working on a potential plan for the water system? And I said, well, I could, but I have to come back to the board because we're authorizing Dave to spend money to do some work on a potential water system. So I said I would have the board talk about it. And since Dave's here tonight, I sort of figured it's probably a good time for us to have a conversation about how we might want to move forward. So I don't know if, Dave, you want to add anything or anybody else wants to, but that's a little bit of the background, right?
It's good background.
Okay.
There are some wells that we know about. We know what they have been tested. We know what the yield is. There's some more properties that we know about. Some of them the town own, actually, that according to the aquifer maps, there's water under that. They haven't been tested. It's more of trying to put all the pieces together, along with, in the past, I'm going to say 4 or 5 months, there's been quite a few projects that have come in, and of course, they all ask, is there water or sewer?
No.
Even the no, they're willing to do water and sewer themselves, it seems like. But South Putt is an example of, it hasn't developed. The GEIS was done in 1995. It does have water, it doesn't have much water, and it doesn't have sewer. And I think that's a primary reason that, you know, that's not the employment part of town that we were hoping for back in 1995. I get calls often. There's about 3 projects now that I know of that have been calling, wanting to know how they can get into the village sewer system through the town district, and that is an issue at this point. It's a matter of trying to put all the shelves together that are out there right now and see what's possible and what the demand is.
Hey, do you know, is there a timetable for the aqueduct to be closed down and for the village to need another source of water?
I'm not sure. There was, and that one got moved back, and I'm not sure what their timetable is now. I know the engineer that's involved in that maintenance project, and about a year ago it was heating up again. It was going to happen, and then I know it got pushed back again.
So, I mean, there are lots of municipalities along the way that are going to have to find another source of water.
And they're talking about shutting down sections for 10 weeks at a time and several times for 10 weeks at a time. So it's serious.
There's actually shockingly few, though. We actually are very fortunate to be one of the few that, there's very few, considering it's a pipe that runs almost 90 miles, you'd be shocked on how few there are, but there are even many of the towns that are being affected that are sinking do not get water from the aqueduct, but yet it is destroying their town because of lots of
Loose
leaking
water.
You're talking
But
about
I- yeah.
Warsing.
Well, Warsing would be a great example of a town that does not get water from it, but yet it is having their town sink. Well, I think, Susan, you covered an awful lot of territory, and I just want to be careful here. One is, we do own some property, for example, out that we do know, we're pretty sure has the same aquifer that feeds the Plesser property. So we already have land out there without having to get other land in that area. I think that's one good thing. I think the other thing maybe we should be considering though too, if we're gonna go out and do this, we have Dave sitting right here, but certainly if it's going to be a sizable investment, we probably should create an RFP for exactly what we're doing here and put it out to bid. I don't want to sit here and just say we're going to just go and invest, $20,000 in studies on potential water, and I say this just be.
The first thing I'd like to do is explore what funding opportunities there are to create a municipal water supply. I mean, just from today's session at the Mohawk Reserve on funding opportunities for protection of open space and water resources, it was a very informative seminar, but we didn't get all the names and addresses of the potential funding sources. So I would feel very comfortable asking Dave to at least explore, and I'll provide you with names of the presenters today, but it sounds like there are opportunities that combine water and watershed protection with open space acquisition. And if we can bundle all of these things together, if we can protect the surface groundwater and still draw water from the well beneath, I would just like to see if we can put those potential funding sources together in one basket. But I don't know how much I'm committing the town to developing a water supply by asking for that.
Because I want to be careful too, and Susan, I don't think it was, and us changing the rates were prior to you, and Kitty was on the board. I do not see that at all as unintended consequences. The purpose of us changing the rates, one was the rates had been increased to us, and the other is it was to incentivize people that are high users to then find ways to reduce use. So I know nothing about, and I will not pretend to know anything about the laundry business. I do not know if there are ways that they can decrease their usage. You may have more experience with commercial cleaning. I don't have any, so I really don't know. But there's other ways to kind of look at that too. This may also be an opportunity. You would certainly define that area of New Paltz of being very heavily commercial. Maybe it's time to look to annex those lands into the village, and then they at least won't be paying the premium that we upcharge them, because we're upcharged from the town, from the village, and then we put a charge on because we are maintaining a water department. This could be an opportunity to take those lands that are commercial, that are now paying a higher rate, annex them into the village, and then they will be paying the village rate, which would be lower. And that, so instead of the bill being $2,400 extra over a 3-month period, it would be 50% less, actually. It would be
I
$1,200.
think the village is also imposing a high use.
Yeah, they are.
Well, they are. They are
Yeah.
also, but again,
But, I
don't
mean,
forget, we're
that
tacking
is-
on to that also.
Yeah, but our tack on is, I mean, the bigger problem is not really what we're tacking on. It has to do with, the fact that, when the village increased when the village increased the rate for the higher uses, and we know the purpose of why they did it, but when they increased it, there were the unintended consequences that they didn't look at, and it's hurting town outside the village businesses, but we have no control. But there's
Well,
almost
then
two
we did the
issues that I
same,
should
well,
have.
no, we did the same thing here. No, Dave will tell you, we sat here and we did the same thing.
raise
pri-
the rates
pri-
for high
we
Oh,
did
that was,
it
you did that a
prior
while
to the
ago.
village.
Yeah, no, you did
Prior
that.
to the village, and
Yeah,
we
but
did.
that never impacted them.
Right, we were
Well,
trying to
yeah,
encourage.
absolutely, it impacted them.
Well, no, I'm just saying,
Conservation.
all I'm just saying is when you did it for whatever you did, obviously it didn't hurt them that much because they didn't come and complain.
Right, so what
That's all.
happened is then now the village increased their rate, so
Right,
it
right.
raised everyone's rates
Right.
even more. So I think there's a lot of different ways instead of, I mean, I do want to look, like Kitty, at exploring other ways to get water, but let's look over, and maybe Dave, do you engineer for Lloyd or?
No.
But they're going through quite an issue there with searching for water. And they've invested huge sums of money in searching for water, and they're having challenges.
So,
Trying to get off the Hudson
if I can
River.
ask,
Yes.
if I can ask you a question. If we're gonna outline this in terms of water, how would you outline it? Kitty's saying that we should explore funding, that's one thing. And we should also explore what resources we do have. So, how do you outline this other side? You already know kind of what you think we have, right? But how do you take it from the abstract and make it more definite? Is something as simple as getting a dowser to come out? I mean, these guys are pretty good, some of them. I mean, have you had any dowsers come out to give you an idea of what they think the
No.
yield is? I know that
We
Moriello had a
we've some
dowser.
testing
We've
done.
done actual wells.
Yeah,
We've had
we
some
have.
actual
So-
test wells.
You really need to know the yield, not where the water is.
Right, the yield, and the yield has to be for an extended period of time. A yield for an hour is not any good if it drops off significantly. So what would the best approach be for identifying the volume of water that we would need for a water system?
At some point, you're going to have to actually drill a well and pump it.
Okay,
But you can try to get all of the geologic information that you can.
give you a better chance of hitting
Right.
a good well versus a bad well. Okay,
In New Paltz, mostly it's north-south trending fractures in the bedrock. And so if you can find one good well and follow that fracture, you usually find a lot of water there. And that's the way it was actually in the Moriello property. They found a fracture and quite a yield there.
I think they used a dowser there first.
They actually didn't use a dowser, and then they brought the dowser in to find where the water really was.
How, was he successful?
He was successful.
Okay, so that's pretty interesting.
Well, let's break this conversation up a little bit, because Jeff, I said at the very beginning when we started talking about the consolidation process, that I said if we didn't consolidate, I always felt that the infrastructure parts of the town should be annexed to the village, and then the services should go accordingly. So I've always somewhat supported that if we don't become one community. Dave has sort of sometimes disagreed with me because he said you're really giving over your commercial base to the village and leaving the town without a commercial base. So that's a conversation to have. And so but I happen to agree with you, okay? But I guess in a way, to ask the question from another perspective too, even if we were one community, would it make sense to still have another water source independent of the aquifer? And doing this is not necessarily a bad thing in of itself anyway. And with the DEP looking to get another water source and potentially having a lot of money to help develop this, is it not a good time to at least have the conversation and explore the opportunities? So,
It is for a lot of reasons. One is groundwater treatment is really cheap compared to reservoir treatment where you're pulling it out of the aqueduct. Just the cost of the water would be considerably less if it was groundwater wells that fed it. That's one part of it.
Didn't know that.
It's mostly chlorinate, and there might be some treatment that's involved, but it's not
No
the type of
sediment
treatment
removal.
that you have to do with a reservoir.
Removing large fish, right?
so let's, just to give us like a little bit of a sense if we were supposed to, if we were going to tiptoe, because I mean, one of the things that obviously is a conversation with the DEP in terms of, you know, where they're looking and going, because they're looking at Gardner, they're looking at Lloyd, and if, you know, the water's right here in New Paltz, and, you know, that money can help the community develop its water, you know, it's crazy not to keep the money here. So there's conversations with the DP that have to happen. But Dave, in order for us to at least get some of the pieces together to give us a sense of how to even do this, do you have, like, what amount of work would it take, and, you know, what kind of sort of somewhat of a cost would this be if we sort of said, let's start to at least get a skeleton to see where we go with this? And
I guess I'd like to just do that skeleton and then come back and see where we go from there, just kind of a step at a time. And it's more of pulling the pieces together and see what resources, and also, I've never heard of this type of funding before, but that's, could be another component.
well, it's brand new. It was just,
Well,
it was,
no, it's, I'm sorry, I left my notes at home, but I'll call Glenn Hoagland and ask for the names of all the presenters today. But there's some federal economic water development
I looked it up there.
corporation,
The EFC right now
Yes.
has,
EFC,
yeah?
EFC.
They have, even if you're borrowing money, it's about 1.5% interest rate right now. It's kind of
But I
all-time
think
lows.
what Kitty's talking about, what they, the new caveat is, it's new, is for land preservation, where if you're preserving land and it protects water, there's money available now that had never been available before. I think that was the,
Right. So
New
our
pot.
question is, if
Right.
we're protecting the surface watershed and drawing out the water, are, you know, is there a way to combine those two activities?
I'd like to take a look at that, certainly.
Especially if you're down there on the eastern side of 299.
well, if we were going to have Dave do the skeleton, it would come out of the B fund because it's town outside the village work. So it's really a matter of, we want to at least get him to do at least
I'd
a
like to
Plymouth.
see him do a skeleton plan and then bring it back
So do we
to us.
want to authorize an expenditure up to how many hundreds?
$200.
We'll give you that tonight.
$2,000? Does that do it?
I'm just thinking of all of the pieces out there. I'd like to have, I'd say more like 5,000.
Up to
Up to
$5,000? So we're asking
Certainly if it's
to
less.
create a skeleton plan for the development of a town water supply.
Could you show some tissue on that skeleton for
Yeah,
that
and
price?
I was just gonna say, can
little
I say?
muscle?
A little muscle.
Can I get the same thing for $3,500?
Let's make a deal.
It's all about negotiate, life's no
I really,
negotiations.
to be quite truthful, I don't know how much it would be. It just seemed like 2,000 was
Well, how about
limiting for
what happens if we do it up
the
to
number of
3,500,
pieces.
and then Dave could always come back to us, you
That's
know,
fine.
if it starts to.
Up to, okay.
Okay?
And were you able to reach the two grant writers? I've given you Susan Brown's contact information, and there was this guy,
Victor
Victor.
Benianis, who's actually down in Washington now, or is already down there.
I haven't. I thought you were going to try to schedule some interviews, and I'd certainly like to
oh, I thought.
get them all together when you're ready to talk to them.
Okay.
What we could do is, if we can, if you want to schedule a meeting. I
It'd
do
be a
know,
great- It would be a great meeting, so let's schedule.
yeah, I do know that Victor is, went to Washington like 2 weeks ago to start talking to everybody, because I think is the funding for the grants for the infrastructure, like at the end of May or something.
sometime in May, I think it is.
So the question is, would we even have enough time at this point to pull something together?
He called me last week and told me he was scheduling some time in Washington within the next couple weeks.
No, well, I got a text from someone I know who he's doing work for, and she had said Victor was going down to Washington last week to sort of start lobbying for a bunch of his clients, and it was Newport's on the list.
Oh,
So, I mean, I guess the just question is, in order to, for the EFC stuff for Sewer 6, I mean, you're up to date on that, so you constantly keep us on that list, right?
this is that engineering report that needs to go into the EFC to make us real.
So that's already done, and you already did that?
That's done.
Okay. So the question, I guess, what I would say is, do we bring them in for other things? Or, I mean, because it's probably too late for the EFC stuff, or just to get them to come in to talk to us about?
We're in. I mean, we're going to make this May thing to get us qualified
okay.
and get points with this.
Okay.
There's some financial information that has to go in too, but I think you're up to date on that, or that's not going to be that difficult to pull together. They're really looking for this.
Okay. So, I mean, in terms of any other kind of grant stuff, I mean, we could maybe for our workshop meeting in May, invite them to come in just to talk, because it might be nice to have a grants writer, you know, whatever. Okay, so we'll do that. Okay, so I need a motion to authorize Dave Clauser to create a first step inventory of how to create a town water system for the funds of up to $3,500 coming out of the B fund. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any more discussion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion so carried. Let it be noted that Councilman Logan saved the board $1,500 for the moment.
Well, we're
But he's
hoping,
going to spend it in a few minutes.
No, we're
I know
hop-
why you just did that.
no, we're hoping he doesn't even go over 2,000. That's my hope. He said it
Yeah,
could
but
be
I know
less.
what you plan on doing with the other 1,500.
Oh, that's right, you have a plan for it.
That's right.
It's on the agenda.
I was going to take it from somewhere else, actually. But now that I don't know, actually, I was thinking a different source for that. But yeah.
Okay, so anyway, okay, so all in favor?
Thanks. We did-
Motion so
did-
carried,
so,
okay. So the only, no, before
Dave,
Dave
thank
goes,
you.
before you go, one more thing, because I think you might have some insight into it because of all the work you've done on Moriello Pool for the pavilion and everything else. So I'm just going to jump down really quickly to the, where it says Moriello Pavilion Playground. And what that's all about is, and it goes back to, I know this board has, you're in time, Hector, we haven't done it yet, so we waited for you. Okay, that's gonna be next. What was I gonna say very quickly that, you guys, Kitty and Jeff know about it very well. There's a pavilion, Kevin, that was built, playground built by the whatever, and there's always been somewhat controversy of whether it should be allowed to be used by just the people who belong to go to the pool or the community. And now that the weather's nice, we've gotten a lot of calls from people complaining that it's not open to the public. We can't open it for the public right now until we, figure certain things out, but it's ADA compliant if you come in through the pool. It's not ADA compliant if you come from the public side. And I guess the bigger question, I think, really goes to the issue of, because the pool was built with grant money from the federal government, right? It's sort of like what you can and can't do, and so really trying to understand that pavilion, whether or not the playground can be just part of the pool or it has to be open to the public. We've got to determine that because we're getting a lot of calls, and we're not opening it up right now because it's not ADA
yeah, I don't know
compliant,
if
I don't
so.
think the playground was part of the OPRHP grant. I think
Yeah.
that was a separate fundraising.
That was,
But
and that was one of the issues, is
KT and
it was separate fund,
Shari Osborne, I think.
and the Nyquist Foundation gave
Right.
money towards it, and there were
It was
several
not
other.
under the grant.
so
It
the-
still has to be ADA compliant.
Well, it's ADA compliant if you come through the pool.
Right.
And so right now it only gets open when the pool is open.
Well, no, it's open when the pool is not open. So for example, if we take the month of May, we only open on the Memorial Day weekend and on, it's only open on weekends for 3 or 4 weeks, and then we go full-time. The playground is left open during those periods. The pool is not open. We leave that one gate open,
Oh,
the end gate, which is not ADA compliant, because you can't, I'm gonna guess you cannot wheel anything into that.
Designed a path down from the parking lot on that. I
They've just used my
don't
phone.
I don't know that that path was ever built, but we made sure that it was not more than 5%. It was ADA compliant.
So that path
This has
may have
been-
actually done that then. So
This
actually,
is-
those double gates actually it may be ADA compliant now. Now, I don't
3 or
know.
4 years ago that we
Yeah.
designed it. I'm not sure it was built.
And also, I don't know, though, if the playground, though, we probably, do we have anyone on staff now that is certified to look at our playgrounds to make sure all of the thickness of the mulch and all that stuff?
We had somebody, but not anymore.
I don't think we do.
I know the winter takes its toll on it, so I don't know, and I see Chris nodding his head, I don't know. Chris, you don't happen to be certified in playgrounds, do you?
But we can certify him.
He said a great thing, not yet. So what I do like about Chris is he will be.
The reason they don't want to open it, and Chuck had told me this from recreation, that in the wintertime, the type of mulch they use, when it freezes, it becomes dangerous. Sharp edges don't give, someone can get hurt. That was the main reason for being able to lock it up.
Well, I mean, the question is right now, like if this weekend's really, really warm, you know, a lot of people are gonna wanna take the kids there and they're gonna call and complain that it's not open. So it's just a matter of how we move forward and what we wanna do. Then, of course, once the pool opens, then becomes the whole issue of it being open to the public versus, so, it's an issue that's, all I can say is since the weather's gotten warmer, we've gotten a lot of calls, and so we have to figure out what to do.
It's really not that many. It is a few calls, and it's the same ones every year, and the issue
Well, they're new to
is-
us because we're.
Yeah, true. It may be new to you, but I'm sure if you gave the list to
Yeah.
Kitty and I, it would be the names we see. The issue is, and Dave, you remember this, is because of security and safety, it is very difficult to have the playground open while the pool is also open and monitor individuals in both the pool and in the playground area. Therein lies the problem, is allowing the access.
The simple solution is not to have access from the pool into the playground.
Simple
Which
and
we
yet not.
talked about.
Then you go and look at something like the county pool complex, and they have a playground on it, and that playground can only be accessed by pool patrons, period.
Well, I guess.
But it's not within walking distance of 6,000 people. Right?
A couple thousand can walk it. I mean, there's a reason why the number one complaint in Moriello Pool is consistently parking. So I would say that we don't have the amount of walking to the pool.
Right, but
users.
it is the walking community that wants to be able to walk to that playground rather than have to drive to the one
At Hasbro.
Well, I guess, I mean, we could always talk about opening it, how we deal with the pool in May, but for now, for the next month, before the pool opens, and it might not open in May because we have to see what happens with the bid and all that stuff. So, but at least for this next month, do we want to open it to the public?
I think
If it's
we need to
ADA
get our
compliant.
Playground policy posted. I can't remember what it says, but it needs to be clear that all children must be supervised by an adult. It is next to a big open pit that may be filled with water soon. So I don't know if there are playground rules and policies posted there, but if not, I am not in favor of opening it to the public until they are.
Did you want to say anything, Chris?
There is a gate from the playground, small gate, in the pool area. I don't go to the pool, but I used to remember, Jeff, you might know, didn't you always have some right there, by the
No.
pavilion, where you couldn't go between the two?
Not
So you couldn't
anymore.
get from the pool to the playground?
That was the old days. Now that you can only enter through the pool house, that door is open because the only people who use the playground have to come in and pay their admission through the pool house.
I just meant if those double gates were open on the bottom.
Yeah, you're not allowed to under health law, under health code. That is not illegal under state, Dave, help me here, state health code. You're not allowed to have that as a legal entrance into the pool. The only entrance to the pool that is legal is the one that goes through the bathhouse. So we can't open the double gates and have them then have access through the single. What we can do and have done is legal, is have the single gate open, so if you are once you're in the proper pool area, you then have access to the playground. The concern has always been is to monitor people going in and out and to ensure everyone's safety. The best way to do it is to keep all gates, except for that small gate, closed, so only people in there can be monitored going in and out of. And parents do not need to be as concerned. They can watch their children at the pool, and then the children can go in and play in the playground, and then go back out and be with their parents in the pool. So.
Last time I swam there, the pool was in the parking lot, so.
Changed a little bit.
I think we just need to open up another playground someplace else and just take it away from the
Well,
pool,
that
because
actually
you know,
was one of the alternatives, and we have the land for it. There's an awesome piece of property sitting right here next to Town Hall that is owned by Village Town.
Is it?
Village Town.
Jointly owned.
I believe that is jointly owned, or is that is
It is.
jointly
It is
owned by the
jointly
village in town. It's where I wanted to put a dog park, but that's a whole different discussion.
Dog and child park.
Well, but that also was proposed as a place that would be a great place also for a community
Yeah.
park. It's connected to the Moriello Park, actually is part of Moriello Park. And that could also be developed into a playground. And that would be right here. There's more than adequate parking for it, so, and it's walking.
It's really nice ground, too. It's easy to develop into a playground.
We send Chris out there in half an hour, he'll have it cleared for us.
We already started.
There you go, see, there you go.
so how much would it cost to basically buy some swing sets
Saturday and
and
clean swing
and
book and
a slide?
Do we have any recreational funds?
Actually, couldn't we use?
Yes, we do, we have a lot.
For a playground?
Yeah. I mean, if we have the land and we can clear it, and all we have to do is, and then just buy some,
Yeah.
yeah, and then just buy some equipment.
Well, we need to, again, I think there would be some community fundraising, plus we do need to discuss this with the village, since we do jointly own it with the village, so.
And you want to bring in somebody
You can do
that
that, sweetheart.
designed playgrounds before to give you some ideas.
Well, Chuck actually presented plans for a playground there.
So, you know, I think in some ways, if we're committed, if we would commit as a board, okay, to try to like really move this forward. I mean, I sort of, in a way, I just know what's going to happen is if we open it up to the public now for at least this month, then when the pool opens and then people can't get in, people are going to be really upset.
Well,
I
but
know.
before you say upset, that's what we have done over, and I wish Bill Russell was here, but that's what we have done for many, many years, is had it open, and then when the pool becomes open, those gates are closed, and we do have other parks available with playground equipment in our community that I won't say for everyone are within similar walking distance, but certainly for majority of the community, you can walk to Hasbrook Park
Okay.
just as easy.
So do you want to open it up for this month till the pool's open, and in the interim, we'll just try to see?
Wouldn't open it until you have somebody inspect it.
I would like to have it inspected because
Okay.
I was down there last week and it looks like there's a need for, Chris, would you say, quite a lot of mulch probably. I'd like Chris or someone to go in there and look to see how secure all the swing sets are and no
We've
sharp
already
edges.
discussed the mulch.
There is,
Bill and Chuck are working on ordering it.
yeah,
As soon as they figure out whose budget line is coming out, they'll order it and I'll put it down.
it needs to be clean though too. We need to look at, unfortunately during the winter months, it also does become an area where it is used for nefarious partying at night, so I believe there's some broken,
As soon as I get done with barbecues, I'll go check.
Okay.
there you go, thank you. So
And we
until
need to
that
make
is
sure
done.
Okay.
there's a
So-
safety policy.
Okay, so for right now.
It should be posted.
Right.
And I think we should invite Bill Russell to our next meeting then.
Okay.
He can also, let's invite Bill to our next meeting.
Okay,
And he can give us an update and also
Okay.
he can assist us through, he's been through this for only 20.
I know. And
6 years.
and maybe, and what I'll also do is start, talk to Chuck about like, bringing back out the playground stuff that he had come with and presented and stuff, and see if we can't really make that a reality, so you don't have to discuss this again. Okay? Okay, so with that, I don't think there's anything else left for Dave?
Thank you,
Thanks,
Dave.
Dave.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dave, so much. Okay, so guess we'll move on to the Fortis, since we have people here on that behalf, unless you want to wait till we get done with all our other stuff, but I doubt it, so why don't,
I can wait, but I don't want Dan to have to wait.
There you go.
see, if you'd gotten back, Dan, we would have brought you on first, but we weren't here, so we had,
We
has
sent
nothing
him
to do
out
with
for
you.
pizza.
No, he went out for
Yeah.
pizza. He went out for pizza because he got here early, so.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you know,
please,
and
why don't
Dan
you
would
and-
assist you at all to come up here, please.
Rosalind, I mean, if you want to come too, since you've been working on this. So,
Hector, grab a
basically,
chair.
so just as a quick explanation for the public, Central Hudson is looking to sell Central Hudson to this company from Canada called Fortis. There's lots of issues and problems with that. The town board passed a resolution not supporting it. The village board passed a resolution not supporting it. And now we're being asked to ramp it up to another level, and so I'll turn it over to whoever.
Okay. Well, we didn't plan this out, so I'll just start off first. So, hi, Suzela.
Hi, Hector.
So, number one, thank you for adding us at such a late notice.
I remember that. Go ahead.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilman Logan.
You're welcome.
You're as gracious as ever. So,
I'm as feisty as ever.
yeah, I recollect this.
Yeah.
So, we're coming as sort of like the second stage, right? You know, the first stage, of course, was asking to get a resolution from this board in opposition to the Central Hudson Fortis deal, which I think we all recognize as having serious concerns and significant problems, I think, for us as consumers. The second step, though, is a bit more harder, and it's putting your money where your mouth is. And you know, right now we turn to New Paltz as usual as one of the pioneers, as one of the leaders in the movement. The town of Rosendale has passed a resolution to join a municipal consortium, and there is already in the works other meetings taking place in other communities as well that have passed resolutions against the Central Hudson Fortis deal, and we are now in the stage where we are seeking counsel, which is why our good friend Dan is here.
Is he the council? Okay.
Yeah. Because at this point, we need to really be taking those hard looks. It's not enough at this point to just say that that we're in opposition. That there are significant legal issues that have to be debated and brought out and brought to light. The PSC has shown, as a result of our as a result of our activism, as a result of our reaching out and speaking out, they've already shown some shifting in their position. Originally, the comment period was supposed to have ended a month ago. Well, now they extended it out. You know, we pushed for a public recommended decision, and they have finally come on board to actually go and do that. Remember, the PSC is one of these state agencies that can actually make decisions in private without any kind of public presentation or any, you know, they have the ability to do that. So we're already starting to see some shifting from the PSC on this issue, and so that's partly why we need Dan, and that's because we need Dan, that's why we're here in front of New Paltz.
Let me just follow up from Hector. The procedural posture of this case was terrible when I first got involved in it. The parties, the companies, the staff of the Public Service Commission, multiple interveners, which is an ad hoc group of large commercial and industrial customers, had all gotten together and signed a joint proposal. A joint proposal is PSC speak for settlement agreement. So the companies came in and they said they wanted to get married, and they put some money on the table. The staff said, that is not enough. We need a bigger benefit. Staff filed testimony. That bigger benefit should be, I think, if I recall, $85 million. Eventually, they got together and they cut a deal, and as a result, Central Hudson said that they would provide guaranteed benefits of $1.85 million a year, $5 million in terms of a community benefit fund, and another $35 million in terms of rate mitigation. So they just about hit $50 million. And everybody said, gee, that sounds pretty good, except for one thing. It's not cash. So the equivalent is, try calling your bank and saying, dear bank, this month I'm going to accrue my mortgage payment. I'm not going to send you a check. So it's a lot of regulatory accounting gimmickry, okay, that is not necessarily going to show up in rates anytime soon. Every single other electric and gas merger proceeding since Con Ed acquired Orange and Rockland in 1999, saw significant immediate ratepayer benefits and stay-out provisions, which meant a rate freeze. Here, the rate freeze, if you have a sense of humor, is laughable. It's a one-year rate freeze. If you don't have such a sense of humor, it's actually insulting, because it takes 11 months to do a rate case in New York from start to finish. So the reality is they're not giving us anything. They didn't even file a rate case yet. So from the time somebody files a rate case, it takes 11 months
So
from
meaning,
start to finish.
so the day after they take over, they can go and submit a rate increase, and it'll take them about a year.
That's the general gestation.
it's not really a
period
one-year
for
rate freeze.
case. And sometimes they actually go even longer, depending on the circumstances. But the minimum is typically 11 months.
Yeah.
So that's no benefit at all. When we go back and we look at the significant ratepayer benefits in all of the other transactions, this does not compare. In fact, the Commission, over the last, I'm going to say now 14 years, has established precedent that basically says the public interest equals net ratepayer benefits. This is a net benefit state in terms of the jurisdiction. Other jurisdictions, all you have to do is show no harm, and they grant the merger. But we're much more aggressive, much more progressive than that. This is not meeting any of the standards that they've used in the past. And so therefore, we believe that this is not in the best interest of the community, because we're not getting anything out of this deal of any significant consequence. It's great for Fortis. Fortis has got a big property up in British Columbia where they have about 900 gas customers. That's their biggest property in terms of an operating utility. They pick up Central Hudson. Central Hudson has 3 times more electric customers than gas company. So just think about this now. The gas peaks in the winter, the electric peaks in the summer. It makes a nice blend from their perspective. It's not necessarily going to help us because Fortis's credit is 1 notch less than Central Hudson's credit. What does that mean?
What is it, triple D?
They're triple B. My research indicates, according to Moody's, conservatively, 1 notch is worth 50 basis points. So let's go back now and look at the capital expenditure program that the president put on the table back in September, before Sandy. He said the company needs $660 million of additional investment over 5 years.
The president of what?
I'm sorry, President of Central Hudson,
Said-
Stephen Lant.
President of the United States.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Forgive me.
He knows a lot. I don't think he knows the ins and outs of this deal.
Looking out for us.
So President of Central Hudson.
Stephen Lant,
Said-
at a meeting, announced that there's going to be $660 million worth of capital that needs to be spent in the next 5 years to keep, safe and adequate service going for Central Hudson, both the electric and gas.
And this is, I apologize, again, post-storms.
This is pre-Sandy.
Oh, pre-Sandy.
This was in September, before Sandy hit. So add something to that number
Was
for
that-
Sandy.
Was that statement made as a precursor to this deal?
No, this was made after the deal. The deal was announced back a year ago. So 50 basis points on 660 million minimum is $3.3 million a year. Now that's cash out the door. So therefore, that it will not immediately be reflected in rates, but when they file another rate case, those higher costs of capital will get reflected in the rates, and therefore, you're going to see higher rates as a result of this deal. So this doesn't even meet the no harm standard jurisdiction, no less a net ratepayer benefit standard. So that's why we're here, to try to get you to join our consortium to help oppose this.
I just want to ask a question before we get to that. When you said that they said that they're going to have to put in X amount of money to
Just maintain service at this point,
maintain.
maintain
I mean,
adequate, safe service.
right, so I mean, just from that rate increase, just from that investment alone, could they use that as a trigger to go back to do a rate increase, even regardless of Fortis?
Sure.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, Central Hudson can, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but wouldn't you rather have the money financed with an A rating as opposed to a triple B?
As a ratepayer, because at the end of the day, this gets reflected back on what they charge
No,
us.
but I
Yeah,
just
so-
wanted to understand.
yeah.
I mean, I just
Yeah.
wanted to understand that
Basis
it's
points is a half a point. I mean, that's a lot of money.
It is a lot of money.
Yeah.
And that part of it generally never goes away.
Half a point on 50 million or 60 million is a lot of.
Councilman Barry, you were?
Yes.
I'm sorry, you were.
You said that the benefit structure is in 3 buckets.
Right.
A guaranteed benefit.
That's what I'm using their terminology.
Okay, I want to understand it too. What is a guaranteed benefit?
A guaranteed benefit in terms of what the joint proposal reads is $1.85 million a year for 5 years. For further future disposition in terms of mitigating rate increases.
So explain that to me.
Okay. They're going to write a number down every month, you know, take 1.85, divide by 12, and they're going to write that number down every month until they have a rate case. And then when they have the rate case and they put all of the costs and all of the extra expenditures together, they're going to say, okay, we're going to start mitigating the rate increase by giving this credit.
Yep.
But it's only when they have the rate case,
Okay.
and it's only when the rates get changed that you get the benefit.
So it's an accounting, you know.
Yeah, it's an accounting benefit, but it's not as if somehow you're actually getting,
The
you know,
dollar
cash.
benefit,
Yeah.
the community benefit.
Yeah.
Second bucket.
$5 million.
And to be used for
To be determined, it's not specific.
specific community benefits?
Right.
So a solar array or something like that?
Could be anything at this point, and it would be spread over all of the communities in Central Hudson Service Territory.
Okay, and then rate mitigation is simply what it means. It's a reduction in rates.
They are going to take $35 million
A 1-year rate reduction.
if and when, okay, the storm damage costs come in, they may use it to offset that. But again, that's not guaranteed. They didn't use the guarantee word with that amount of dollars. So we're not sure exactly how that's going to be used, but again, it's not an immediate net ratepayer benefit. It's somewhere off into the future to be disposed of at some other point in time.
So as a community, what should we be looking for in exchange for supporting this resolution? What should New Paltz be looking for?
Well, that's something for the town board to decide. The consortium is dead set opposed to this merger. There is nothing that can be done to make this merger appropriate for this community, because Fortis brings nothing to the table.
Well, why don't we ask them to bring specific things to the table?
Well, they're going to say they've already done that. And right now, here's the deal. It's going to the Public Service Commission for an up and down vote. And what has happened yesterday is that the secretary of the commission issued a notice saying that there will be a recommended decision. Now, that is very, very important for us because it makes the process a heck of a lot more transparent. You know, as Hector was saying, the Public Service Commission has the ability to just render a decision on this, and that seems to be where they were headed because there was no significant opposition.
We have 2 things here we need Central Hudson to take care of for us, or Fortis. One is to waive a connection charge in connection with the proposed solar project that we were contemplating down at the landfill. That's number 1. And number 2, I think the Army Corps of Engineers was willing to sponsor or willing to get involved in perhaps considering dredging sections of the Wallkill River to help us with our flood issues if there was a private sponsor. In this particular case, Fortis or Central Hudson would be the appropriate sponsor since it's their dam that has
Created the problem.
created the silt problem, which requires them, because now they have less pressure to put a bladder, so they could back up the water,
Right.
create the pressure to drive
Yeah,
the
I've been reading
turbines.
about it, yeah.
So those are 2 specific things that relate to New Paltz that I would like to include in any resolution that our town approves.
Well, what we're being asked to do tonight is we're asking to commit up to $1,500 to help offset the cost of the lawsuit that the consortium is bringing. So, and so.
But I want those specific things noted.
I don't think they're the same path.
Yeah.
So what I want to understand is exactly what we would be hiring you to do.
Well, okay, first, we're in the process of preparing the comments for the deadline, and part of those comments are going to be a motion for an evidentiary hearing. They haven't even had an evidentiary hearing in this case.
So we are hiring you to represent a consortium of municipalities before the PSC?
Correct.
And what relief do you get from the PSC? I mean, are they like the supreme power of all decision-making? I mean, if they,
They're an
if they have,
administrative body.
but if they have completely failed in their service to the public, is that just the end of the story? I mean, we
No.
can hire you to say, you did not serve the public, you accepted a deal that's a terrible deal, you didn't have enough public hearings, and all of these towns that are going to be adversely affected by your terrible failure to represent your constituents are here, and they say, you know, welcome, goodbye, the deal is done. Is there any remedy to that?
Well, yes, there's a procedure where you can seek review of the Public Service Commission's decision through an Article 78 proceeding is what it's called under the Civil Practice Law and Rules. And in this case, the commission would have to explain to the court why they accepted a deal that is contrary to their prior precedent. They have to explain a lot to make that one stick. And I don't think they can, based upon my research and the past precedent that they've created.
Can we bring in Article 78 right now?
No, because
They
you don't
haven't-
have a final
You need a determination.
determination.
Actual
You need a final
The fact that
determination.
they didn't really hold
Now-
enough public hearings is the...
Well, they've held
That's a basis
public
for
statement.
overturning their decision.
Yeah.
They've held public statement hearings.
And they, you know, they had the initial public hearings back, you know, when was that? That was
It was a one
February, right?
day
Yeah.
in March.
Yeah, it was
February.
only one day, you
And
know.
it was
so
an afternoon,
so,
and it was
so
an evening
subsequent to
session.
that, they then held one in
Two of them.
in Poughkeepsie, and then one in Kingston. So
That was just last week.
But that was because of the
no,
the
but that
pushback.
was because of
The pushback.
the
Yeah,
pushback that
And
we all
I think
were involved with.
Principally,
Yes.
we're
Yes.
concerned about Kevin Cahill's lengthy and very good letter describing the opposition. What's interesting, and I've been doing this a long time, 37 years to be precise, since I got out of law school and started a practice before the Public Service Commission. I have never, ever, ever seen in 4 public statement hearings, not one person take the other side. Everybody who stood up, maybe 50, 55 people, everybody who stood up, gave up their time to go to these hearings, expressed opposition to the case. And it seems to me that just from an observational perspective, I don't know where the utilities were, because in the 2 statement hearings that I went to, April 17th and April 18th, and the 18th one went to almost 10 o'clock at night, we had Commissioner Greg Sayer there, and he's a new commissioner, been on the board, the commission for 9 months. He was taking pretty good notes. And let me tell you something, there was not a single representative from either company, either Central Hudson or Fortis. I have never seen that, because a public statement hearing is an opportunity for the utility to do some PR. If somebody comes in and says, oh, the light is out on the Main and Broadway, you know, or can somebody help me with my utility bill, I can't understand it. They have people in the room. I mean, when I used to work for the utilities, okay, I would insist that at least 3 or 4, you know, fairly knowledgeable senior people would accompany me to those kinds of hearings, just to put any issues that come up, you know, to start dealing with them. It shows that, you know, you have some, you know, sympathy. You want to listen to your customers, it would seem to me. If you're any kind of businessman, you want to find out what your customers are saying, both good and bad, so you can address it. Not one person was there. To me, that shows either arrogance or stupidity or both.
Or they know it's not going to go down.
Or they don't care, because
Well,
they
probably
figured
figured there was
it's-
no opposition.
because-
that
well,
we-
yeah. But still, but now they know there's opposition. They still should have been there.
So now, okay, so now let's...
Even more reason to be there.
So just to understand for us again, you know, so there's the municipal consortium, a bunch of towns trying to come back
How many?
to...
Well, let's
We
see
would
how
be
we
the
were.
second.
We've got, yeah, you would be this, actually, you would be the second to promise money to pay.
Yep.
Can I just ask you, the Consumer Protection Board was disbanded at the direction of
Correct.
Governor Cuomo?
Yes.
We didn't get a letter.
No, you were not consulted.
No.
Nor was I. Nor was I.
So,
And I felt even more insulted, because I'm a player on this stage.
so the Consumer Protection Board is something that would have acted as our municipal
Yes.
consortium in the past?
Well, the Consumer Protection Board historically was very, very concerned with low-income customers. And they fight very, very hard to make sure that you know, all of the remedies associated with disconnection are followed, that they try to minimize the reconnection fee, they try to minimize the customer charge so that the low-income customers can benefit. They work on programs where low-income customers can go and get assistance, et cetera. That's always been their main focus, even when they were an existing agency with more than just 2 people. It got reduced to 2 people, and those 2 people were sent to the Department of State, and they're now called the Utility Intervention Unit. And frankly, to have 2 people trying to fight all of the utilities in the state, electric, water, and gas, they can't do it. They just don't have enough funds.
There's a bigger pool of people. It's not low-income people anymore that have problems.
Exactly, exactly.
So is that Utility Intervention Board?
They signed, unfortunately, they signed the settlement.
With the Fortis side?
Yes.
Really?
Yes. I was very disappointed, but here's the reality. They're part of state government, and they took their cue from the Department of Public Service, who signed this, who thought it was the best deal that they could get. And so the CPB joined in, and that's one of the problems that procedurally we face. Not only do we have a signed, done deal, but we got 2 state agencies who have joined. Now, the unions who are concerned about outsourcing obviously did not sign. Again, another exceptional note. This is the first merger proceeding where there is no union support.
No.
Now, that's got to be a giant red flag. If I'm sitting on the Public Service Commission, where's the union? The union is opposed to this transaction.
Because they've signed off on every other previous merger that...
The companies were smart enough to get the union under the tent.
Yeah.
These guys have not been, which suggests to me very strongly that the 2-year freeze that they're giving them is going to disappear as soon as the 2 years is up, and we're going to have more outsourcing.
So your objective is, what's your objective?
The objective is to kill the deal, to have the Public Service Commission deny this merger approval outright.
Forever.
Well, that's what my next question is. Is Central Hudson, or I apologize, CH Energy, are they actively putting themselves on the market? Or is this I don't want to use the word hostile takeover, but is this a hostile offer?
Well, I don't know how hostile you would be if you were an executive at Central Hudson and you were going to share in a $24 million change of control payment pool. I think I would not be very hostile.
So, but are they actively seeking?
Right.
Are they actively seeking suitors?
I can't answer that, although there is speculation that Central Hudson has cut back on necessary maintenance over the last several years to make themselves look financially more attractive. That's one theory. I don't know if that's true or not. The other theory is that they have hired somebody to go out and actively seek a marriage partner. Now, if they were going to get married, okay, they should get married to Con Edison, because now we can get synergy savings, because Orange and Rockland, a Con Ed subsidiary, is right next to them, and now we have a very substantial, very well-managed company in the same state where you can get synergy savings. See, there are no synergy savings. In other words, when this company, Fortis, is operating out of Newfoundland, it's what I call 24 financial engineers. They don't bring any managerial experience. They don't bring any operating experience. They're just simply a holding company with a lesser credit. When National Grid came, basically saved Niagara Mohawk Power Corporation back in 2001. Niagara Mohawk Power Corporation was in really bad financial shape. National Grid came in, a multi-$10 billion company, came in, stabilized the situation, created a 10-year rate plan. Iberdrola, same thing. Iberdrola is like worth $68 billion. Same thing, they came in, and their entry ticket to New York was the promise of wind power. And they didn't bring enough to the table. Recommended decision was rendered. The recommended decision actually recommended against the merger. They brought Iberdrola in and said, if you invest $200 million instead of $100 million, we're liable to approve this. And so they got the extra $200 million, and they approved the deal. Now, these companies, although they're very sophisticated and they have a global reach, they operate all over the world, these companies also create nightmares for the regulators because they're so complicated. They have such structures. And we saw that in a Niagara Mohawk rate case a couple of years ago. They came in and they had a service company. And the service company had screwed up the allocations. The service company was allocating costs from Keyspan, their downstate, to the Niagara Mohawk ratepayers. And then they found out that the executives were getting some benefits that were being thrown into the rate case to justify a rate increase, such as swimming pool repairs, the transport of the executive's wine collection from England, and the payment of one of the children for special education. It was getting picked up. Totally inappropriate in terms of setting the rates. They got in there, it turned out to be a big scandal, and it made great fun for the newspaper, but it was just the tip of the iceberg. And now finally it looks like after many years of struggling with Niagara Mohawk and National Grid, et cetera, they seem to have gotten it straightened out.
But if this pressure is designed for them to say no, there's always another bite at it, right?
Well, the plan and merger agreement has a drop-dead date of August 22nd. Now, the parties can extend that, but typically, if they don't get it done by August 22nd, they're going to walk away from the table.
Okay, but my point is, if your goal is to stop the merger, okay, at least in its current configuration, right? They can always come back and amend their plan and offer more significant benefits.
Yes, they can do that.
Just like they did in the other case you
They can do that.
cited.
They can do that.
So when they come back and ask people that are opposing it what they're looking for, we have to be in a position to ask. We
Well,
have to ask them what we're looking
that's an option. You don't have that option right now because they've not put anything on the table.
No, but
I think what Kevin is trying to say is if you want to get his vote for the,
I hear
to
him.
do this,
I hear him.
that when you, because you're going to be so successful, okay, that he
You might
wants
as
you to
well
be
ask.
prepared for what he
Right.
wants.
And then
when
we
they
have
come-
to, and then we have to have another discussion.
That's okay to have another discussion,
Yeah,
but
we
I
have to have
want
another
you to
discussion.
plant that seed
Right.
sooner rather than
I
later.
I never say never, and I think, there's always alternatives, but right now, the main goal is to really stop this.
Yeah.
And you've been doing this,
No, just one thing to add, I guess, in response, with Kevin, you've now heard all the problems that we've highlighted with regards to this merger. If we're, if at some point they want to have a conversation, well, they're already sort of getting our laundry list of all the various problems. I'm talking about the macro level problems, not necessarily the New Paltz specific ones that you raised, but that should be, obviously, as a member of this consortium, that's obviously something that we'll be also keeping in mind.
I want to
But-
advance the micros over the macros.
However, the macros is all the people. That's the unfortunate thing.
But if we
you
had
know.
more micros instead of one big macro, we'd be better off.
Well, I guess just for a little bit of an understanding in a sense, so basically, you're technically hired by the consortium
Right.
to pretty much, until you started to, before we got more technical, you were explaining the steps in terms of the first thing is going and asking for you said they're going to...
Evidentiary hearing. They have not even had an evidentiary hearing yet, which means that at a minimum, okay, they put into the record the testimony that has been pre-filed and the rebuttal testimony and the exhibits. Right now, we don't even have a record. I was talking to the judges. There are 2 judges assigned to this case yesterday about this because I called up to apologize for giving them extra work because I was the instigator to get the recommended decision. And we had a little laugh over that.
Can you just stop for a second? Because you earlier a little bit said that it was a recommended decision, which you thought was a good sign.
Absolutely.
So can you just, for us who are really novice at this, what that even means?
Well, a recommended decision is just that, a recommendation, and I guess it's comparable to this joint proposal. But here, the 2 administrative law judges who have been doing this quite a long time are going to analyze the cases, both sides, and say, we think this meets the public interest standards, and here's why. Or we think it doesn't meet the public interest standard, and here's why. And so they have to write it out. Now, there's something about the discipline of putting your name to something in the public and writing it out and being a professional that's going to cause them to really, really take a hard look, because they don't want to have guys like me sharpshooting them at the commission saying they made a mistake. And it's an obvious mistake.
Okay, but you're saying under normal mergers, it's very rare that it's a recommended decision, they just make their decision?
Well, they've gone both ways on that. The precedent for recommended decisions is not as deep as it is for evidentiary hearings. There was no exceptions for evidentiary hearings. For recommended decisions, they make those in cases where there is great controversy. And that's why I believe the secretary said, okay, we're going to take this out. Now remember, the administration's website talks about transparency. And to have a decision that just goes from the closet, basically, to the commission and get approved is the opposite of transparency. A recommended decision now shines a lot of light on it, because now, after the recommended decision comes out, if you don't like it, you can brief it to the commission. And people who don't like your brief gets to write a brief back and say, well, you're stupid, okay? And then the commission has to articulate a final order and a final decision, at which point then you can go to your Article 78 if you don't like what they get. So there's still much more process here, and when you have the extra process, you get a better end result because you force people to be much more disciplined about what they are doing, what they are saying, and what they are deciding on.
Okay, I have a couple of questions. Do you expect every municipality within the Central Hudson area to enter this municipal consortium?
Probably not. It's been my experience that there are not that many enlightened municipalities.
So I'm just, if Rosendale and New Paltz are the only two communities that sign on, are you still going to represent us?
We're still moving forward, yes.
Okay.
Do you mind, where would the other funding come from?
Well, we're looking at other sources in terms of environmental groups that are dead set against this. I mean, this company
the
has...
labor unions may be a source, right now, that's a possibility.
Okay, but, so a municipal consortium does not have to be comprised solely of municipalities?
Well, we're calling it a consortium. We kind of decided to drop the word municipal, so we're going to call it a consortium. And of course, we have the Citizens for Local Power, which were started by the ladies from Rosendale.
And actually, Kitty, if you look at the second paragraph of the one that was in Rosendale, and it's probably why they are, Rosendale? Yeah. Whereas a consortium of municipalities and other non-government entities, labor unions, business and individuals. So maybe we can find some wealthy individuals. That would be good, too.
How many attorneys?
Hmm?
How many attorneys?
Just me.
Okay, and...
That keeps down costs.
No, I understand. Also, there's a flip side to that, too, as well. So...
How many can you afford?
Are you going to be...
Probably just you.
You bill at an hourly rate?
Yes, $300 an hour for municipal work. For other corporate work, it's $400 an hour.
Let's say that you raise $100,000 and spend $50.
Then you would only be paying $750.
So it's prorated.
If you read this, it actually does say prorated right on
Correct.
this. And also, the phrasing is not $1,500, it's not to exceed $1,500, and it's a prorated share.
And I do want to just say that right now, because they plan on going to the village to ask for whatever we'd be doing this out of the B fund.
Read that.
I do.
So you are planning to
Yes.
the village?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That makes sense.
And actually, Manager Green, who we all know, couldn't be here tonight. I believe she's actually in Beacon.
That could be.
So, people are sort of being, spread out and deployed to other municipalities, Marbletown, Woodstock, other places as well. So it is definitely a thing where right now we're coming to New Paltz because, well, you guys are meeting on this night.
Is the Central Hudson facility in New Paltz or Lloyd?
At worst case.
Yeah,
I'm
but
sorry,
It's in, I think it's in Lloyd.
It's in Lloyd, so you're going to go to Lloyd?
in connection
I guess I can go see Paul Hansen.
with, you have this.
My buddy. I love Paul.
Did you have a question about the language?
No, I'm just, Jeff and I were looking at this final whereas, where it says the town will pay a pro rata share of the budget based on its population as established by the 2010 census.
Right.
To the total population of other municipalities participating, but not to exceed $1,500.
Yeah, that's one way of ratioing it, so that if we had a situation where we were going to be having a specific budget, but in order to just get this thing done, that language should be revised for you.
Should be revised because
Yes.
you have different buckets here.
Yeah.
You have a municipal bucket, individuals, non-government
Right.
entities. You have-
That
all
was the
being
original goal, was to come up with a budget and then apportion the budget based on population. But that ain't gonna happen.
So do you want to, how do you want to?
Well,
You wanna strike that
asking the
portion?
question, just asking the question.
Okay.
So if we're contributing are we contributing 1,500?
Up to,
Or
Up to, not more than. You are capped at 1,500. So you know exactly what your limit is.
So let's say you have 10 unions that contribute 50,000.
you're not going to have, I wish,
I'm
you know.
just saying.
I know, I wish, but, okay, we'll go along for the theoretical. Yeah.
How would you determine what amount to refund if the funds paid exceed your time into this? I'm just throwing it out.
Okay, well, I wish that happens. That's a great question. I want to think about that a little bit, but I think what we would do is we would then prorate it based upon the contributions and give everybody back a pro rata share. So it was in your example, if we spent 25 and it was 50, then everybody would get half back for what they contributed.
So
I think
there
that
would
would
be a
the fair way to-
fraction, our contribution over the denominator, right? That
Correct.
would establish our percentage.
Correct.
Okay.
Somebody knows math, denominator.
That's fine.
I haven't heard that word in a long time.
All right, that'd be a fair way to do it.
But then, Kevin, would you want to check, is there a way for you to change this whereas to reflect what you just said?
I'll get you another draft that'll conform to this discussion.
Well, but, yeah, but, I mean, they won't be able to
But
have
we're going
this
to pass it
bonus
tonight. If we
so-
pass it
We're gonna
tonight,
pass it,
though,
So,
Okay.
so then you might
we-
want to help us draft that language now, because passing,
I'd also like to see some stronger language in the first whereas. I mean, the thing that's been so upsetting following this process has been the lack of public service. That, and I don't think we sound indignant enough.
Well, no, I think, weren't we a little indignant in the other resolution?
I think we made it more indignant, didn't we?
Yeah, you probably made it more indignant
think
than
we
the
made it more
original language I
indignant
drafted, so it's fine.
I think we did make it more indignant,
Well,
because I think that's what, I think we said the same thing last time.
That's because I'm the nice one, I know, but it's fine.
Oh, you're right.
Indignation doesn't get you anywhere with the Public Service Commission, so it's not an emotion that's worthwhile. But I know what you're saying. We can-
Oh, I mean, I just feel like we could make a stronger case for what a shabby job they did.
Well, that's where, in my professional opinion, we're not going to attack the Public Service Commission. We're going to attack
The
the
process.
joint proposal, because we don't want to make it personal. Trust me, a good friend of mine who's one of the most senior guys, we went to college together, Tom Dvorsky, he's the director of electric, water, and gas, and he's got a very, very long memory. And you don't want to make enemies of the people that are there, because you see them all the time. So we want to do it professionally. We want to attack the substance, not the fact that they may have, screwed up in this case, which I believe they did. But we want to kind of minimize that and just stick with the criticism of the position.
The fact that it's not a good deal for the
Correct.
for
It's
the
not a good
ratepayers.
deal, right. And we think that this is not a worthy marriage.
So, I mean, ultimately, I mean, in a way, it's not a loss. There's no way that let me paraphrase it. Hopefully, by doing this, it will not be a loss to the ratepayers. It only can potentially take a bad deal off the table or make this deal better, hopefully.
Yeah.
That's the game plan.
Yeah.
That's the game plan, yes.
And is there a hope too that, I mean, we're New Paltz, but Poughkeepsie, Kingston, I mean, are some of the cities.
Well, we're all working on
And
all of
actually, I
those.
mean, look, I mean,
Poughkeepsie, Kingston, Ellenville.
I don't want to say too much in public, but Maurice Hinchy has gotten involved to help out with some of the specific municipalities, so they're likely to come on board.
Coming to
but-
mind, Poughkeepsie,
but, yeah.
Kingston, Newburgh.
But
Fishkill.
I obviously don't want to comment on anything until it's been finalized or that they've actually got it.
We've also
in
met
front
with
of
the
them.
governor's office,
Okay.
with Tom Condon, so that they've been, advised. We met with Schumer's people, so that they understand what's going on. And Senator Schumer, I really still think there's three of them, because he's always everywhere. But he's been very, very helpful. In the past, in the Iberdrola case, he was pretty much responsible for getting a better deal after the recommended decision came out. So, I think they're attuned. As a matter of fact, I just came from reception, and I talked to John Bonasek, and I think John Bonasek is supportive as well. So there's a lot of momentum here and very little on the other side.
Ross wants to say
Yeah,
something.
what I want to say is that I was at the hearing in Kingston on Thursday night, and there were 90 people, and 30 people spoke. And many people who spoke said, I never get up. This is the first time I'm ever doing something like this. And this has been under the radar. It's been in the works for like over a year and a half, and it's been under the radar. and the Rosendale group found it, and that's why we had 2 extra hearings last week, and that's why they stretched the deadline. And I think the good thing about the consortium is that it's keeping the momentum going. I mean, that was amazing to have a full house of people when last month, I don't even think they had a handful. So I just feel like this is going to keep the momentum going, and it's also going to inspire the citizens to come out to hearings like this for other issues. So I think it's a really good model of how individuals get involved and then how you get involved, and we just keep it going and just keep piling it up.
See, in the absence of any effective consumer representation, which is the state that we're in now, the only lifeline that's left for the ratepayers in the community are the municipalities, frankly, and the labor unions. And it's not the role traditionally that you're supposed to be, but you're out there, you're elected, you got to try to do everything you possibly can to help your community. And so kind of the buck stops with you guys.
So,
Do we have a new?
well,
final
before
paragraph?
Kevin gives us the language, I just have to ask Legislator Rodriguez, is the legislature coming up with any money?
We are actually considering it. So, I mean, it's just a thing where we have to actually get the resolution drafted, actually, for the.
And when's your meeting? Because I'm going to come to it to make sure it's on the agenda.
You know, Susan, as you well remember,
Yes.
we meet on Tuesdays.
Second Tuesday of the week, the third Tuesday?
It's third Tuesday.
Third
So
Tuesday.
what's the third
Right.
Tuesday?
Well, it's already passed.
So we're going to substitute New Paltz for Rosendale,
That's already been done.
and we're working on a
Language.
rewrite of the
Be the
I would just say that
pro rata
Well,
denominator.
Kevin's going to...
I'd say the last whereas should say something to the effect that the town shall contribute up to $1,500 toward the cost of the legal opposition on the condition that the town should be entitled to a refund of any unexpended legal funds in proportion to its contribution over all contributions made by all parties.
Perfect. Well said.
Further conditions.
He's an attorney, if you
I
can.
don't know if you realize that yet.
I figured that out already.
On the legal team advancing the specific interest of the town to build a solar array project.
Oh, Jesus.
Without exorbitant connection fees.
Wow.
And a sponsor for dredging the Walkill River.
I feel like I'm being held hostage, though.
I'll second, if that was a motion, I'll second that.
For purposes of discussion.
Dredging the Walkill River is a subject of far greater discussion.
It would be nice to have somebody that would volunteer the financing for it, and then you could have the discussion.
We have had our town engineer say that's a terrible idea,
Well,
dredging the Walkill.
And also,
actually, it wouldn't be a bad idea. It would prevent a lot of flooding.
Well, that's what they said in the Mississippi and the
So
Alachua.
rather than fight over this, why don't we see if they'll make money available for us to consider it?
Because it's a stamp of approval for a project that is folly.
Yeah, the Walker River's not getting dredged. Ain't gonna happen.
This is what the bad Republicans do when we need to pass a budget and they sneak in the Monsanto GMO bill and Monsanto.
And I would like that to be the quote of the evening.
You wait outside for a minute.
She didn't mean bad Republicans, she meant
As opposed
legislators.
to some of the good Republicans that I know who have, seen the light, but they're,
So Kitty,
this happens.
you're even opposed to funding be available to consider a project and to study a project of dredging the Walkill?
That's not what you said.
Well, I'm just asking for them to address 2 particular interests
If
of
you
our
want to
town.
address mitigating problems created by the dam at whatever
That's
that's
exactly
called.
what I'm talking about.
So she-
That's
so
very
she-
different than talking about dredging the Walkill.
So she wants you to change it to just say mitigating
Problems by
problems of the dam,
What's the dam?
which is still irrelevant to the whole, really, but
I
still.
was gonna say, I mean,
Sturgeon pool.
Yes.
Just,
I mean,
You know what?
you know, the ratepayers, meh.
It's not all about the ratepayers. It
So-
isn't.
I am.
what we're saying is that
Sorry.
you can
It's my
use our
constituents.
We're trying to
pro-rated
build a solar
refund.
project, and they want $500,000 or $600,000.
Well, it's
to
interesting, by
connect.
the way, that you actually bring that up, because one of the things, and we didn't really address this, but Fortis is predominantly, their business model is all geared towards natural gas and fracking and that. And Central Hudson, up until probably the past few years, has been actively engaged on solar. And so if you want to see more solar, this is a bad deal. So, I mean, it's one of these things where it's funny that you brought that up. So I just wanted to
Well, no,
plug that
he
into
wants
the
more, he wants
discussion
more
as well.
solar, he wants more solar, it's just that.
I know,
Central
I know.
Hudson, it's in our way of our
I
ability.
know, no,
to do it
and they've,
because of-
If
and
you
they've
want,
caused this problem.
if you want more solar, you have a much better chance getting it from Central Hudson as a
No, no,
standalone
no, he
company
thought,
than you
but
will
that's
from
not-
Fortis.
No, he knows, no.
He's talking about the connection, yeah.
The
I know,
connection.
I got it.
I
You know,
understand.
I know.
The
So,
I know.
okay, guys, so let's
It may
get back to
help
reality.
Central Hudson reconsider, too, what they're doing
Mm-hmm.
to us.
Okay, so Kevin, can you amend that to say what Kitty wants you to reflect?
To mitigate, it's the Dashville, isn't
And-
that what it's called?
Dashville Dam.
And to
To mitigate the impact of the Dashville Dam on the flooding in the city. town of-
subsidize the cost of mitigating problems caused by the Dashville Dam.
Do you have a problem with us saying?
No.
Okay. Okay, so Kevin,
And that's flooding problems, right?
okay,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
okay, so Rosanna, did you get, Kevin, can you read that again for?
No.
Well, then when I get. Welcome to New Paltz.
I'll give you the language. I have it written down.
Okay, so she'll give it to, you're okay. Okay, so we have a motion.
Check it for Monsanto.
We have a motion.
And I will second it again with the friendly amendment
Okay,
from Councilman Berry.
okay, thank you. Does anybody want to have any more discussion? You sure we can talk about it for another half hour?
No, it's already too much. It already,
Again,
Okay.
Dan can leave, I'll stay for
Okay.
the
it
extra
just
half an hour.
cost us $150 already, so.
Okay.
We're not on the clock, though. are
Okay,
we?
right, no, we're
We're
not.
not on the clock.
No, it's called business development.
Okay, so, the only thing is there a
We have a-
line that somebody that you want to?
I was thinking that, if anyone else has any other suggestions, but we do have the town board contractual expense line,
In the B fund, we're talking about the B fund.
and we're talking about the B fund. We have, in the B fund, we have a
I mean,
town board, also expense. In the B fund, well, we'd have to move funds. Purchasing,
Do we have attorneys?
we do.
we do, but that,
No, actually, we have attorney expenses and, Jennifer Raymore.
I mean, we took it down way, because we used to double,
Be careful.
we took it down. And I know out of the B fund, out of the lawyer fund, remember, we just, we're paying for the ZBA appeal of Stacy's decision, the building inspector's decision on Park Point. So there is money that we are taking out of that line.
We have B fund purchasing contractual, though, also, 1345.
I mean, you can take it out of the lawyer fund, the attorney fund, and we can always transfer when we, when we get towards the end of the year and we see what we're doing. Because purchasing probably reflects real cost.
So let's attribute it to the
Just
legal
due to the
line.
legal,
Yeah,
just tell me how much is in there, because we already allocated for the ZBA.
we
I think it's
have
like
attorney.
35,000?
It started at 26, we have 18,347.
This is up to 1,500.
What?
This is only, so we have 18,000.
Okay, okay, so take it out, okay. So out of what line?
B fund,
Thank you, Dan.
522, 1420, 400.
Did you get that? Can you repeat that one more time?
522, B, 522, 1420, 400.
.4. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion so carried.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you, Dan. Thank you so much. Good luck.
What's that?
Miss me?
Yeah.
Okay, you can stay for the rest of our stuff if you want.
Take a quick
What do you
bio-
cover?
Want to take a quick break?
Yes, we just take a quick couple minute break.
We're taking a quick break. Yeah. We'll be back right after this message. We should get somebody to sponsor the town board meetings. do that, or you want?
Possibly do the pool, so we could.
Oh.
Oh, my Dave is still
Oh, I didn't realize that. If I had realized that we had to do that when I was taking care of everything, I would have.
Well, I'm sorry, Dave, I didn't know you were part of the 284. You're part of the pool.
It's part of the pool bid.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know that either, I'm sorry.
No, that's why because I thought I tried to lump all Dave's stuff together. Okay, well, you got the
Let's
list
do
or
it.
whatever, so, okay, so
let's
we'll do the pool thing
Dave
first.
thing next.
I actually thought I
Are
had
you ready for the pool thing?
Yeah.
Okay, come on up, guys. Come on up. This has to do with the bid?
Yes,
the
the
new
bid on-
bid.
Yep.
Can you keep one hand on the microphone switch back there?
I can always drag it up with me. Looked through the bid. I was a little concerned that I didn't see a few things on this bid that I saw on the other one. Wound up calling this individual along with Dave and discussed a few of the concerns, and the biggest concern was the pricing was a little bit, well, was over what we originally thought it was. Asked him to give us an itemized list of his costs for parts and exactly what he's doing. And also asked if it was possible, if he could, looking in this contract, if he could see anywhere we could possibly save some money. He did send us some information with his recommendations for possible savings, which could be up to $15,100. Now that, we had to back off a little bit with that, is in that $15,100 was taking out all the electrical work. I mean, what he did was gave us the option of possibly finding a local electrician to do the work at a reduced rate. I since have talked to an electrician, brought him in to look at the equipment, and this electrician is willing to work with us to let us do all the bull work, pulling the wire, setting the conduit. Pretty much all the stuff that we'd probably be paying $90 an hour for him to do stuff that we can do. And with him coming back and doing the actual hookup. I don't have an hourly rate for that. I don't know how long that's going to take. But I do know it'll be a lot cheaper than $8,900 for the electrical work. I'm assuming right now we could cut that in half, if not even more, for just the electrical work alone.
And that's using a contractor or using our labor?
That's using our labor with a backup from a certified electrician to make sure that we're doing it correctly. We're not actually hooking up any electrical work.
Yeah.
All we're doing is running conduit, pulling wire. The nice thing about it is we can buy the materials at our town price versus having to pay the escalation from a contractor buying it and, you know, his 10% on top of that plus whatever else they tag on.
And Dave, for insurances like that, do we need to have a electrical inspector come in and certify any of this? I know Ulster County doesn't require that, but what are we going to spend on having someone certify what's done?
I'm sure that Stacy is going to have a UL inspector come in for this.
Okay.
That's.
And they're not expensive though?
No,
No.
not at all.
Okay.
I guess I just have to ask from a legal perspective, if by taking this bid and then going back to him and asking him to even reduce it more, I mean, do we have to offer that opportunity to the other people, or I just want to make sure we're not doing anything in any way that creates a problem for us.
This was the low bidder, so
you
this
s-
is somebody that we could talk to.
So once you choose, I mean,
Well, we
technically-
did accept them as the bidder.
Right.
And I think Sue's got a very valid point, and we have an attorney here, which I'd kind of like to bounce off Tim too. Are we now giving him an unfair opportunity by helping him become even a lower bidder?
but we spoke, so we accepted it last week. We sort of said
We
if you get it.
accepted the bid.
We said
accepted
if it, when you opened.
With Chris's
Oh, you opened
questions.
it up, and then we accepted it with your questions being answered and Dave signing off. So we technically did that, so.
But have we modified the bid now substantially enough, Kevin, that this should go to bid again?
We can
And we're
take
not
this
holding you to
bid
your
for
answer.
the full price right now, and it's still lower by 15.
Oh, no, I want to save the money.
$20,000.
No. It's still, I understand it's lower, but it's more than we thought. So I understand the process of trying to even reduce it more, which is fine and great, and I want to do it. I'm just asking if
Legally,
we're
are we-
overstepping a threshold of what we're allowed to do with the bidding process. Now, because we already approved it, that, if it met with the certain, answered his questions, answered your questions, we already accepted it. So now going further, can we or can't we? I guess I just want to make sure we're not doing anything that's
And
problematic.
what's their responsibility? And Kevin, we're not holding you to this
Well,
as a...
we accepted the bid, it was the low bid,
Right.
but we didn't award that company the work. We didn't take that step yet.
Well, I think we authorized him to award it if,
We authorized him to look into.
Look into it.
Because he
Uh-huh.
had some issues about whether certain things were included or not. Now, so it really comes back to you, all right? In reviewing what was submitted, did it cover the scope of work that was required?
Yes.
Okay. And I think if we stop right there, I think we're probably pretty good. And then if in the future, the facts change and it results in a savings to the town, I think we're okay.
Very clearly said, so let's stop there.
I think we should stop right there, and then it's gonna be up to you to make sure things are done correctly.
I think the only question, and Dave, you've looked at it and feel that
This
they're...
person does this kind of work, where the other people were not.
Oh, you actually know that, you actually even
experienced.
know this actual contractor somewhat?
I don't know the contractor, but in talking with him, I could tell this was his line of business, instead of somebody that the town would educate.
See, we're accepting the low bid.
That's
Period.
it.
Period. Okay.
okay, so now my only other question is, so whatever cost we ultimately believe this project will be brought in, the village authorized X amount, we authorized X amount, and is this still going to be over what the two boards authorized?
He has to wait and see.
Yeah, I don't know I don't know if you all, I have the money for this. The bid price is $63,300.
And did the village authorize 30 and we authorized 30? Or was it 20 and 20 or 15 and 15?
I can't remember.
Is it in the minutes that we're approving tonight?
I don't remember an actual
Because that was the
dollar
ones that
amount
we-
being
Well, we
given
know,
out
but we
last
did,
week.
but I think the
Last
bill.
week's minutes just have his price, doesn't it?
No, but it would be in joint town village minutes, wouldn't it? Because that was my one concern that I remember speaking to
Was it
Jeff about,
30?
was about you guys
So it
going
was
back.
30.
I think
was
they
30
have
each?
authorized 15,000.
Because I think we thought the original thing was gonna be 40,000, 30 or 40?
The range was between 37
And 42.
42.
So they must have authorized possibly up to 20?
I think I remember them saying 15.
I think I remember them saying 15 too. And so that was the one question was about, and I think you, Jeff, were gonna go back to try to talk to Stewart about getting the village to, step up to the plate to pay their half of what's a more
So
expensive
why don't we
bid.
do that as just a follow-up to this? We can do that separately.
Actually,
We can, but, Jets, I mean, I think what's happened in the past,
You can, well, you can
Oh, Kitty and
authorize
Jeff can
him
tell you
to
what's gonna happen in the past.
proceed. You can authorize him to proceed, subject to getting the town to commit to whatever the delta will be in the future.
Can
The
you
delta
can you
won't.
explain- Can you explain that in,
No. Choose not to.
well, then I can't vote because I don't know what you're telling me. I think they authorized, didn't they, no, you know what, Kitty, I think what they did, they actually authorized, now that I remember, I'm pretty sure they authorized some money out of their budget, but then they were taking some of the other money out of their rec fund. So what they did authorize wasn't enough money to cover it. But it was money for 15,000, I think they took out of the budget, and the remaining,
Well,
they were taking out of their rec
I
fund.
mean,
But it still was up to a certain
Our
amount.
understanding is that we each pay 50%
Right.
of capital costs, so I would make a motion that we authorize half of 63,000, whatever it is, and send a letter to the village tomorrow, just saying, here's the bid, here's the costs.
You can authorize 50% up to.
Right, 50% up to 31,000. No, 50% up to 60.
50% up to the amount of the bid.
63,300.
Okay, second for purposes of discussion.
Second? We do not have a line for the pool.
We might as well approve it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We might as well approve what we just said, and then we'll take it back to them. And then we'll see what develops.
Okay, so can we
Oh,
do
wait,
that
here we
with the...
go, Moriello Pool. Actually, Moriello Pool, they have $35,084 in their final adopted budget. They have 35,000.
That included
the
work
subsidy.
and the other things that needed to be done.
Well, wait, tell me, I have to step back for a second. When you said the
There was
subsidy
$12,000 to $15,000
that they're going to give to the town?
of repairs, plus this.
Okay, so that's not a subsidy, that's
No.
just to pay for...
No, I
I just
think
thought that we asked them for money, and I thought maybe they actually
Oh,
approved
wait.
it.
I think that was to help compensate for the subsidy.
That is.
The operating expense.
That is, that's the
But
subsidy.
did they actually end up deciding to do that
Yes,
and
they,
support
they,
it?
they did support.
Seriously?
Yeah, I'm serious.
Wow.
We wouldn't kid about that.
No, I just didn't know that, and I'm just really nice, that's really nice to hear.
It was a 4-to-1 vote. Yeah.
They did good work on that.
So they really did
Thank
that,
you.
huh?
Don't say
So-
anything else.
So
See a
35.
couple things rolling around in your head.
I'm very happy.
So 35,000 includes the subsidy. So there is 35,000 in the village budget for them.
Well, I think, again, like I said, I think they, that would make, I think if I remember correctly, when I went to the meeting to try to talk on our behalf,
I think we should just approve up to 50% of that number.
Yep.
And if
And then
for
you'll take
some
it with you
reason
two,
the
and you-
number's less, good.
and then, and you and
We'll
and
go
you
talk,
and you
yeah.
and two will take
Right,
it back to,
yes.
instead of me writing a
Yes.
letter, I'd rather you two
Yeah,
go back
we'll
and
do
talk
that.
to your
Yeah.
subcommittee.
Well, before the
Okay.
next meeting, there's going to be an election, and then there will be a lame duck, 2 lame duck members. So we'll probably,
Well,
it'll be
this-
interesting.
This is an emergency.
Right.
This is an emergency, so.
Right, they have an obligation, a legal obligation to do it,
This
yeah.
is, they can have.
We'll have some good
Oh,
dialogue.
you know what, I didn't look to see if actually Ariana O'Brien can make Tuesday for us to schedule. Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion so carried.
Did
So you
everybody
guys-
vote?
What?
Everybody-
Aye.
Did you vote?
Said aye.
You said aye?
Did I?
Well, I'm supposed to say aye, but I say motion so carried because that just incorporates my vote.
You got it.
So you guys now understand what you need to do then.
So do you have faith that they can, an unfair question, what's your idea on timeline? Because Bill Russell has been calling me frequently. Along with seeing you frequently, I understand.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
I know.
The work shouldn't take more than a few days. It's the ordering of the pump. These pumps don't sit on the shelf, they build the order. That's 3 to 5 weeks.
So you should order it.
That's the kind
As long
of-
as we have the money and the approval, and we can go
Okay,
that route.
we're taking our, when we actually made the motion, we didn't make the motion to, that it's coming out of our recreation fund, right? It's coming out of our B fund, from
Coming out of B.
the parkland fees.
Yeah, because
The entire 30,000.
I don't know.
Wow, that's, we sort of promised, well,
Yeah.
actually, we won't have to pay the pavilion, because
I
we'll have
mean,
to pay for the slab.
it is an authorized expense out of that, and if we need to, you can move funds back into that to
I just
repay
don't
it.
know what else is coming at us for dog parks and softball.
Well, dog
Well,
parks,
that's
we're
all out
not,
of the A fund, the only thing,
and we're not paying anything
well,
for
we're
dog
not paying
parks.
anything other than $500.
$500.
That's it.
Okay.
No, we're not paying
Stipend.
500 stipend or whatever for that. It's just that, and I don't know if that would come out of the B fund, that might come out of the A fund rep thing, the pavilion, which was sort of, the Bruderhof's gonna build it, but I think it's a slab. I mean, we'll talk about it, it's gonna become, it'll be
We
put on the
haven't,
agenda.
you're getting ahead of
No,
yourself.
I'm
We have
saying-
not approved.
I know we
it.
haven't, I know, that's why I stopped and said we haven't, but if we are going to do it, we have to do the slab, right? If
What's
the
next?
Bruderhof,
Let's get, let's not open up that.
no, but I just wanna
playground
understand,
yet.
I just wanna understand that,
Let's pay for what we have. not what we want.
Well, some of us,
Let's pay for what we have,
no,
not
but
what we all
before I
want.
make a decision that I want to take it out of there, I want to know what would be the, so I want to know what I'm doing because of what I support.
Thanks,
If
Dave.
we should
Thank
move
you.
forward, what would the slab cost? Because that's the one thing you'd have to pay for, right?
I never, it's, depending what kind, if it's a monolithic pour, the concrete, the rebar, the, material, I never actually sat down and worked up a cost. It was always, can you do it? Well, yeah, and that's kind of,
Okay, no, it's okay.
I needed
because this is
sizes,
the
and
B
that's as
fund
far as it
A
went.
fund,
This
so,
isn't a repair.
I don't know, how much do we have? Do we have a rec fund?
For
A
the
B fund?
pool?
Or do we have
No,
a
we
B
listed,
fund?
it's,
Is
the
this
rec
a
fund is.
Replacement of the
A
pumps
fund,
that are there.
Is that allowed under
We're actually
Park
having-
recreation?
I don't know.
I don't think it is.
We're actually having problems with the pumps where they.
It's not a repair.
Yeah.
This is
No,
something new.
We talked about it a
So we don't
lot
have it from the
today,
This-
this funding thing, is that they give us the money to buy the land, but not to maintain the
I don't have
facilities.
the revenues here. I
I
need the
think
revenues.
this is
budget.
maintenance, and I don't think you can use the parkland fees for
Where it's
it.
coming from? Oh, we have to make a motion to award the bid. Thank you very much. We were still trying to figure out where the money was
And
coming from.
we're gonna get it from, we have it.
I don't think
Okay,
we
we
can
think-
take it from parkland. This is
But we're also trying,
maintenance.
No, we can take it,
It's
it's a
capital.
capital improvement.
Yeah,
It's not, it's maintaining an
It's not,
existing
though.
repair.
Yeah, it's not though, because we're now actually doing a capital improvement, because we're actually going to be taking all, we could run the pool. And instead of making this investment, what we could do is spend $10,000 or $15,000 to take Chris and 3 other people and train them all to be
Wearing.
confined spaces and wearing respirators.
Right.
Or we can do a capital improvement and move everything from its subterranean vault up
To a
to
new
ground
space.
level, so now we no longer need all of the OSHA requirements.
There's a big difference between a repair and
Yeah,
a capital.
because we can open the
Yes.
pool. We actually
If
could.
this falls in the category of capital improvement.
Definitely
we
it's
can do
capital.
So now
It
Jeff
is.
and I- now
It's
that-
definitely a
okay.
capital improvement,
Okay, so now Jeff
absolutely.
and I are just trying to figure out, because all of our rep fees, it's in the B fund or in the A fund?
The ones that we collect when we collect recreation fees. I don't have a revenue,
It should
It's a
be in
B.
the B fund.
and I don't have a revenue budget
It
here, so I don't know.
should be.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, the
But then I'm
village
just trying to
collects
understand how we use that.
How could you collect A fund rec fees?
Yeah.
It's gotta be the B fund.
Yeah.
So how did it come out of
It's
the
a
B fund?
village. Yeah,
It's a B fund, I know.
It's gotta be
Recreation
B.
trust
It's got,
fund.
because that's the trust fund, because it's got to go into B, because it's generated through the town
Village.
planning.
Outside the
It's their
village.
own
No, I understand that, I get
recreation
you.
trust fund.
Yep, which is a lot, they collect less than we do, but they do have one.
Okay, so
So we do have it, so it will come, Chris, what's the name of the company?
Norberto Construction.
what is it?
Norberto
I
Construction.
make a motion that we.
Thank you, and I'll
award-
second.
I make a motion that we award the bid to Norberto Construction of
Comac Road.
Comac Road, New York,
Comac Road, Comac, New
in the
York.
amount, in an amount not to exceed,
$63,300.
no,
no,
half of that.
half of that.
50%.
50% of 63.
We're awarding the bid, so
50.
we're gonna say the full amount.
Yeah.
We'll fund
Yeah.
it separately.
Yes, that is actually true. So in the amount, not to exceed an amount of
$300.
$63,300.
Second.
With 50% paid for by the?
Well,
We already
that's-
talked
we
about
already
that.
talked about that,
Okay,
that's the
okay.
second.
Is there any discussion?
Aye.
All in favor? Aye. Motion so carried.
Little delay there, that's
So, I make a motion that we allocate $31,650 up to, from the Parkland Recreation Fee line in the B fund.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion so carried. Okay.
You guys are free to sit there, guys.
Did we need you for
Yeah, we
the,
need him for 284.
are you staying for
Oh my
284?
God.
Dave.
While we're
Dave, I
on
feel
Moriello
bad for you.
Pool.
Do you ever sleep?
I'm out of
You
here.
could go.
Actually, good night, Dave. But while we're on Moriello Pool, do we also want, I see it was stuck in our mailboxes, can we approve the
that's-
Moriello Pool 2013 employees?
Yeah, that's, it's
Oh, that
down
is
there.
it? Oh,
It's
is
down
it?
there, we could do it now if you
Want to
want.
do that
It's
now,
there.
anyone?
Sure.
Yep, sure.
Go ahead.
I would like to make a motion that we approve the attached list of the Town of New Paltz Moriello Pool 2013 employees
For, and,
at the stated rates.
at the stated rate of pay. Do I have a second?
I'll second for discussion purposes.
Okay,
Okay?
now discuss.
Let me get my list.
Same thing. This is something that we've always heard of.
The The rate structure, Jeff, you know better than I do on this.
Well, we don't have rates, so this is
This is for the lifeguards.
this is just for lifeguards.
Which is-
The hourly rates, so they
They're the same. These are
same
the
as last year?
Same, and you'll see a few that get raised up, like, for example, you'll see some are rated as a lifeguard 3 with WSI, so they get a little
So these
extra.
are the same as before?
These are the
right?
same.
Okay.
We're paying these people, yeah, it's the same, and we might even open a little bit late. I don't know if we would have any discussion about if we do open late, would we then prorate the assistant rec specialist? Or, it's actually a good question.
Probably would. Well, it depends if they're working or not, while you're not open.
There would be work there even if we open late, there's still.
Oh, yeah, there's some maintenance work that can be done, and, you know,
Even-
Bill's always
Yeah, even though,
got
you
a
know-
list a couple
Yeah.
pages long.
Okay.
Okay, so all in favor?
Aye.
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 I have a question about Moriel Pool
Aye.
too, while everyone's sitting here.
Yeah.
Motion so carried.
Yeah.
As far as
Okay,
the
do you have a copy?
concession stand,
Yeah.
in that concession, there's a grease trap that has to be cleaned out every year.
I'm gonna pull that out for a
All right,
second.
so we should put that as part of the contract.
That's part of the contract. Yeah.
It's usually, it's $150 for the initial call, and it's 15 cents per gallon. I don't think it's any more than 20 gallons.
So should it be cleaned out at the beginning
It
and?
It should be cleaned out at the end of the year,
End
so
of
it's
the year.
prepared for the beginning of
Okay.
next year.
All right, so have we approved that
Well, no,
concession
we actually,
contract
we
yet?
have two, that's on the agenda.
Is that why I see
And
the
we have
menu
s-
here?
And we have two,
Twizzlers? 25 cents.
we have two,
Not bad, deal.
proposals.
They're $1.
Does everybody have copies of the,
Is this one I've got an email?
I'm sure you got an email, because, so we have the one from who always, I think they're the ones who have had it for years, right?
I will go with,
I mean, we don't have to do it tonight, but, well, actually, it's really, they have to go get, the permits for the BOE and everything.
yeah, it takes about 2
Okay.
weeks or so for them to get their
So we have,
Board of
do we
Health.
have two people?
Yeah.
Who is this? Why is that written? It's from her?
Did I see Jeff, what's,
Yeah, in that one?
that's this person,
Right.
and then I just wanna see the menu for,
Yeah, I don't know, I'm not interested in the menu, I'm actually more interested in seeing their past experience, and the one experience is the one that's been running,
this is, I
they
think, I'm
run
pretty sure this is one who's running it.
a restaurant,
For
right?
years, no, I think this is, I'm pretty sure this is the people who've been doing it every year, for years, that,
Yeah.
Bill is very happy with,
I-
and, you know,
I
they've
just
been
want
pretty-
someone responsible that realizes what they're getting into,
Mhm.
and they,
I could try to call Carol, I'm pretty sure this is the one who's done it all, who's done it for years, that Bill feels very comfortable with, because
that's
you've
not
had
gonna
problems in the past with people taking it on and then not,
right, that's what
showing up.
I'm
and
a
so-
little concerned by 2 individuals proposing to run it.
You know, I mean, this person seems to have experience in everything, but,
Well, they've had experience working,
Mhm.
collecting a,
but, I could call Carol just to double check this is who you think it is.
yeah, or text Bill, you know, too.
Do you have Bill's,
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I go there.
okay, so you wanna put this, well, I'm gonna have, while you're doing that, I'm gonna let, Chris do the 284.
Does he need Bill's number?
You wanna call Bill?
Bill-
you Bill's number right on it? You want to send him a quick text? He'll answer right away.
You wanna ask if, this name here?
Just ask him that name.
Chris?
Could you ask him, that's the one that ran it last
Is that
year?
who ran it last year?
That's all we wrote?
It is?
Oh, it is, oh, okay. You know what we got
They're
there.
definitely the ones who ran it last year?
Yeah, thank you, Chris. Because the menus are very
They're
similar.
very similar.
And I think what we just need to do, though, is, I guess I'll ask Kevin again, if we are going to be adding to the contract the pumping out of the, should that be part, should that,
We would
You
use
could,
it-
if you want, you could add it 2 ways. Either they reserves so much money for us to do it, or they do it themselves?
Well,
and we
see,
just
it says
accept
that what's interesting here is in the lease payment section, it talks about what they pay. The concessionaire ensures that the final cleanup and repairs of any and all damaged town equipment and property used by the concessionaire for daily operations will be fully and satisfactorily completed. You can then add the concessionaire's sole cost and expense shall clean the grease trap at the end, at the expiration, or on or before the expiration of the agreement. And then the next sentence gives you the right to inspect to make sure it was properly.
you think
that we
it's-
need to be,
Yes.
that we need to inspect.
And if you think it's
That's
20 gallons, there's no way that's getting filled up in a year with 3 months of usage.
No, but
No, yeah.
if it stays in there all winter, when
It-
you open up, it's a
It's
little
something I
nasty.
would not want to open up.
Yeah, it's not fun.
No, no. Hence why those guys get so much money to do it.
Yes.
Oh, but see, actually, I didn't even realize.
Done it for years.
I didn't even realize that they actually did pay us through the lease payment.
Yeah, they give us, yeah.
So,
Then you have the right to inspect, Chris. It says the building and grounds department to inspect the premises to ensure that the premises have been cleaned to the satisfaction of the town and all equipment is accounted for and in good order.
Very good.
All right?
It just appears that this one bid from the David Dones appears to be also a lot more complete, actually listing all of the things they're going to be selling, whereas the other bid doesn't seem to be quite as complete. Use of the words assorted.
okay, so is everybody,
Sorry.
so do we want to make, somebody want to make a motion to award the concession stand to David Dones with the amended contract?
Who had it last year?
David Dones.
David Dones. So moved.
Do I have a second?
A second.
Okay, any discussion? All in favor? Any discussion?
I just have a quick question for you. Just anything with that? No.
No.
Okay.
No.
All right. Okay.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion so carried. Okay. Want to do Chris's, okay, so we're done with everything to do with Memorial Hill Pool?
Oh,
So where are we
We
getting?
did the concessionaire, we did the playground, we did the personnel. So we can move on, guys?
Yeah.
Okay, so you want 284, I will compliment Chris once again. A lot of towns, according to Chris, barely even do this anymore. They don't even bring their 284 to their town board for approval, even though legally they're supposed to, but most highway superintendents barely do it, and Chris is still coming before us and doing it the right way, so.
Thank you for keeping the tradition going, because Phil always did it, Mike always did it, and so you're keeping the tradition going, so
Well,
thank you.
he actually came in and talked to me about it, and I said, well, I always remembered it being done, so let's just keep doing it, you're right?
Good point.
Did everyone get a copy of it?
Yes, sir.
Any questions?
No.
Nope.
Okay, then,
So,
these are the roads we're doing, it's,
You know, is
wanna
this,
read them
are-
so
and I
people-
apologize that, you know, and I didn't, Kitty, do you, you don't have it on your computer. I was trying to find that road inspection that was done about 6 years, 5 years ago, 6 years ago.
oh,
We got some money for, Phil got some
I have it in my
money.
office.
Does that match along with that
Yes.
somewhat?
Yeah, we kind of use that as the unofficial Bible to follow around, you know, what has to be done. The interesting part about that engineer's report is it follows what roads that we should not do anything with,
Mhm.
almost not abandon, but not put any more money into, what we can save, how much money, and it also gives me a projected budget of what I should be budgeting for roads. Right now, we're around $467,000 in the highway budget for doing roads. According to that engineer's report, we should be around $900,000.
Good.
So we don't, you know, what we should be budgeting. So what they do is they give us figures so we don't fall behind. We're static. We're not really gaining too much, and we're not we're not falling backwards.
Now, were they figuring a higher mile cost or something, or a higher?
Well, it was done 7 years ago,
material
so there's more escalation. We're actually paying $5 more per ton of blacktop this year than we were last year. But then again, there's different processes coming out, so we've had to change a few things around, and
How you operate your snow plows in the winter makes a big difference too. Let me tell you something.
that and well, unfortunately, the wing plows seem to do a little more damage this year than I would have liked to have seen.
You see in the road, you see it where the thing is bouncing, so you see a scuff mark, and then another 20 yards down is another scuff mark.
Yeah. So the new surface we're using is actually working out pretty well, and it's actually a little cheaper than normal blacktop. Instead of laying
Good.
2 inches down, we're laying 3/4 of an inch down, and it's holding up rather well. So far, so good, knock on wood.
I don't know if this is real.
That's also, by some of those processes, we're also given a 10-year warranty. So if that road falls apart, or sections of it deteriorate, that they'll come back to contractor and fix it.
And that's
At
from
no cost for the
Callahan?
town. No,
Or that's from the contractor?
That's from a contractor.
Oh, kind
We have Gorman.
So we need to sign this?
Yes.
Yes.
2 copies.
You have the 2 you want signed?
They can be.
Yes.
Okay, let's go.
You have the specific roads?
Yes,
Yeah, right.
Old Kingston Road from the Gun Club out to Route 32. I call it Valdine, there's more, the whole Valdine Road development and TU Drive, all that development. I'm trying to get into for years, we've forgotten to do our developments because they're not through roads. So I'm trying to get on one year we do developments and get caught up on them. Next year we do a few through roads. So the people in the developments aren't getting left behind because ever since I've worked here, all we've done is patch them, and they've never gotten any better. So it's about time those people get a little service too.
Okay.
So those are the 2 roads?
Mm-hmm. And if we stick to our paving plan, should be between 10 and 15 years. All we'll be doing is no more major paving. We should be just doing chip seal maintenance, and that'll cut our budget down by half.
Good.
That'd be very good.
So
Could you write that down?
we're sticking to a
please?
plan.
Write that down for me.
And speaking of sticking to plans, and we'll ask this as an individual right now, could we go and anytime, maybe in the next few meetings, maybe in May sometime, I would like to, and I don't know what the feeling of the board is, though, I know it was discussions a while ago, and we were just up in that neighborhood, revisiting Pine Road, and maybe seeing if...
That conversation?
Maybe seeing if Pine Road is worthy of having us give it over to another entity to care for.
I'm at your disposal to talk about any of it.
We always got to bring back up another controversial issue again.
Well, but it could save us a lot. I mean, Chris will tell you, it could save us a lot.
I'm afraid that we talked them out of taking it.
It could save us a lot of money. I mean, we spent how many, I think what I'd like is if you could bring some numbers back to us of what we spent for the last.
We usually spend about $10,000 a year on Pine
So
Road.
we could save 10,000. I mean,
Why can't we just
it's a huge money saver.
The problem is that, now I'm afraid they won't take yes for an answer.
Well, I was about to say, why can't we just keep it, and just don't have to fix it that often? Because nobody drives down it anyway. And it's
Unfortunately, we do, and potentially with some future plans, there could be more traffic on it, and we would be fixing it more often. So I'm very afraid that
That's going to be the gateway to all sorts of new
farms. So
Okay.
I'm afraid our 10,000 is going to become 16,000.
Well, at that point,
I think it fits into a bigger plan
Conversation.
and a bigger conversation going forward, but
If you could
certainly it
give us
is a unique asset from the town's perspective, and it is also a unique asset from the community's perspective. So now it's just a question of fitting it into the right plan.
Okay.
Is it too late to accept their offer? I think is the question.
I don't believe so.
Okay.
I do not believe it is. That's why I was wondering if Chris would provide some numbers, I think, and then if we could have some.
I can give you a rough estimate. Unfortunately, years before, we did not keep track of expenditures like we're doing now. Pine Road was just always something, all right, we have some time, let's go up and, truck a couple 100 tons of shale and redo it.
And I know fixing the culvert was very expensive.
Well, that was from That was from the floods, so.
And then plowing it is a special truck.
It just seemed to spend more time on that road than, another road.
It's dirt roads, they're a lot of maintenance. They're just not.
And it's actually out of code because we do not have in code.
Well, it has been chip sealed. It was done under fill.
Let's turn it into a dog park.
Okay, so let's, if we can, because we have some more
I
stuff to
like
go
that.
and it's getting late.
Oh.
Can we have, I thought we did. Can
No, we
somebody
didn't.
make a motion to accept the
I move that we
284
accept,
284 agreement?
I move that we accept the 284 agreement and that the town board be authorized to sign it.
Second?
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion so carried.
And just real quick also, one of the residents, Ray Lenati, brought up a question about the Springtown Road culvert pipe.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to look, here's what it looked like after, there was damage done to it.
It's a mess.
This is before,
Okay.
and now is after. It has been fixed. I spoke to
What did
the
they do?
individual
Take
from
a-
the county, and as far as putting in a bigger one, it's really not going to solve anything. It just has to clean it out. And the reason they don't want to bring an excavator down is because there's regulated waters, and the minute you stick a bucket with grease on it in that regulated water, the DEC comes down and they have a very large
But you can
discussion with you.
stick solid waste from a sewer plant. It's okay. So what did they do? They took some kind of a
They took off
torch
they
and cut
took
it
off
off?
the outer ring of it.
This is
They
the county.
cut it out, right?
Yes.
The county came and did it.
Yeah.
All right, thank you for
Thank
taking
you.
care of that, Chris. Once again, Chris Marks, it's right on top of something.
You're gonna have your own reality show soon.
Come down to the garage on a Friday.
You could stay up here for a little bit of the Birch Lane dedication. We're ready to dedicate that road?
Yeah, I saw that.
Mhm.
Now, this is part of that subdivision where
Green
now
Ridge,
they'll
right?
build a few more houses up there, right?
They're already built.
They're already built?
Yeah, I don't think
Okay.
there's an empty lot on
Okay.
that.
How many
Birch
did they
Lane
get
point.
on that road, that little spur?
4? Or is it that many?
3, 4, yeah, 6.
It really is a nice subdivision.
Is there 2 more up in that back? Is
There's
that what-
two
I
that
remember
go
seeing
down
4.
in the back toward the back of Calvin.
Right,
Okay.
because I know there's 4 at that part, and then there was 2 or...
We actually learned a valuable lesson with Birch too. It's, the end of Birch is what we call a hammerhead, a T, which will prove to be problematic in plowing from years because the large wing truck that goes on that run can't, anywhere you plow, you're blocking someone's driveway. So now we're gonna have to send a pickup up, which we have a pickup run. So now we're looking, giving that better concern when we look at the development of roads and putting in cul-de-sacs.
Hence why we don't do cul-de-sacs anymore or dead-end roads.
Right.
Right, Kitty? No cul-de-sacs or dead-end roads.
Just a lesson to learn.
Not anymore.
No cul-de-sacs or dead-end roads.
So, in terms of, just a follow-up, we have it says the construction has been completed, this is from Dave Clauser. The construction has been completed in accordance with town specifications. Once Joe is okay with the dedication legal documentation, a reduced letter of credit is provided for maintenance surety, and Chris has provided his letter of acceptance. So we've gotten your letter of acceptance, right?
Mhm.
And we have a thing from Joe. And Carol
Joe's
said-
got all the agreements attached,
Okay, and
Well,
we-
dedication and everything else.
And to get money back to them.
and so everything's been, I mean, I assume everything's
I'm
taken
fine
care
with
of.
it.
because
If
Carol
you
has
read
that.
through it,
Yeah.
it tells you how to give all the money back and that it's been improved,
Uh-huh.
and Chris has approved it.
So basically, we have, from what my understanding is, that we have everything at this
And we
point,
just
so we're
have
ready
to
to do it.
accept the dedication.
And that will be costing us a
Another-
couple more $1,000 a
To
year.
plow another road.
To plow another road.
Yeah, I know.
On the bright side, we're getting on top of our salt totals, and we've decreased them from 750 ton a mile to 250 ton a mile. And now we can even cut that down in 20-pound increments with the new computers on the trucks.
You're using
So
that
we're-
fracking brine now too in your salt, right?
Yeah, we get our stuff from Indian Point. A little glowy, but
Okay,
it's a little hotter.
I'm sorry, you need a pen? Okay, so do I have a motion to,
For the town to accept Birch Lane as a dedicated highway on the town of New Paltz and to have it added to all, actually, Chris, is it already added to, we left it, has it been added to the maps yet, do you know?
I hope so.
I don't know if it has or not, I have to look.
I believe it's on the 10th.
It should, yeah, no, that's an old one.
Yeah.
So
I
anyway,
believe it's on mine in the
I
office.
make a motion that we accept Birch Lane dedication
here, do that and then bring it back to.
and
Chris.
that it also be included on our town map.
Second?
Official town map.
Official town map.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Begrudgingly, right?
Just missed it.
I'm with you, Kitty, yeah.
You know,
I think it's insane too. The whole thing is like,
And unfortunately, and the problem is, unfortunately, when that whole subdivision was designed without, I mean, they did that one nice loop, but it was never designed for any of the spurs to ever be able to be connected back to anything.
this whole process just seems crazy. So a developer goes in, he
Missed
builds
it.
a bunch of houses.
Oh.
He makes all this money and then we have to take care of the road. It's just like,
Actually, it's
somehow.
good. Chris, he's right, it just gets cut off on this one. Does it ring a bell that it's on that top left? Does it ring a bell that it's on the map?
Pretty sure it's on the one in my office,
Okay,
hanging on
yeah.
the wall.
So we have to-
You would know better than us.
And that was
but-
the updated one I have from
Okay.
Dave.
I would be pretty sure it is on there
Okay,
because
so we
that
should
went,
just
because
double check.
Dave's on the zoning board, so.
Okay, so we got all in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Aye. Motion so carried. Okay, you want to do the Ulster County Arson Task Force, or you asked, Chris asked not yet, so we're gonna table that, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we're gonna table that, and we're gonna table the towing law, because I don't see Joe Schneider here tonight, and he was gonna talk to us about it, right?
well, he doesn't have to.
Oh, he
It's
doesn't?
pretty simple, no.
You think so?
Yeah.
I didn't get a chance to look at it,
He's
but,
just saying,
I was at that meeting too. if you-
yeah, that,
Okay.
our towing law was meant to, give, residents an address in New Paltz if their vehicles got towed, and that's who we awarded the bids to, but in fact, their storage facilities are not in New Paltz, and so people who are having their vehicles towed are having to travel really far distances. So he would like us to amend it to say, if you get the town bid, you have to have a place somewhere in the town to store these impounded vehicles.
Does anyone have a?
Actually, I think it's backwards, because the storage yard was in New Paltz, but their facility for paperwork was out of New Paltz. I only know that because I've towed out of the storage yard in New Paltz. And yes, there's one for two towers.
Probably right.
Yes, because
It would
they
not
had
be
to
the
all
first
travel.
point that I have.
I believe
Yes.
Norm was one of them that had to travel up to,
Highland to find out that the car was in
In.
New Paltz.
right, they went up to Erickson?
Yes.
They went up to
Erickson's.
Erickson's, where their office is in Highland,
Right.
then to return back to New Paltz.
And there was a question at the towing meeting that that the facility in New Paltz would have to be staffed by
All
someone from
businesses
Erickson's.
Must have a secure storage area within the town of New Paltz available in which to store specified vehicles and staffed with a registered repair shop's personnel present at least on weekdays between 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. So
Actually, I have it
that's
here.
the highlighted part. I don't-
Which is a common practice I've literally towed out of every town from here to Manhattan, and that's the rules for everybody.
8 to 6.
Yeah.
Eight
Monday
to
through
6,
Friday.
Monday through Friday, and it has to be in the town that, if you're towing for New Paltz, that car has to stay in New Paltz, unless it's a special circumstances, accident or
and you were there at the
things like
meeting,
that.
right?
Yes, I was.
And you saw this, what got presented to us. And you were, Harry, you were there too?
So, I mean,
No?
do we have to have a public hearing on this? To amend? Is this a law or a policy? No, it appears to be a law.
I think it's a law, because it's in my law folder.
So,
I mean, we can,
yeah. well,
we can approve it to get it in process, and whatever we have to do, we have to do.
Okay, so let's set a public hearing to amend town
I
towing
think
law,
you-
section 41-3.
Because we're amending the law.
Right, we're amending it, but do we have the exact language of the amendment?
Chris is looking at it right
And
now.
I'm looking at, I think I'm looking at the same thing, right? Is that what we want though? Has Joe Moriello seen this?
No.
I'm not sure that Joe has seen it, I think Joe did. I'm not sure, is it from Joe Morello up there on the right? Or is it from the chief?
Chief.
Why do I think he did run it by Joe, but I can't, there's so many things that go through here.
should just go to Joe first.
Sure.
I don't know, I think it did though. I mean, I think it might have. I'm pretty sure.
All right, so, I guess.
Why don't we approve it based
Can
on
we,
what
can
you
we
want to approve it?
establish the rates for towing or not?
Yes, but we might want to revise them.
Yeah, we might have done everything
I
right.
would take a little bit more
Yeah.
comprehensive
Okay.
look at it, given what happened,
Yeah.
you know?
Okay, so why don't we put this on the agenda for next month, and Joe, the chief had offered to be here when,
If I remember too, with the towing companies that were there, they actually agreed to lower the rates for cars towed in the town, you know, to help facilitate, you know, you broke down in New Paltz, we're New Paltz Towing Company, so we're trying to help you out. But storage fees, hookup
The
fees and all
storage
that.
fees can be ridiculous.
But there's a good reason for those expensive fees. It's the special insurance you have to have a storage yard is astronomical.
Well, my question would be, when do the storage fees start?
That was
You
a
get-
question that was
I
brought
think
up.
it should start day 2.
It
not
was the
day
initial
1.
tow, and I believe the day after. Joe
Right.
would be better, I
okay.
don't,
So in order, I'm sorry to cut you off, but I just want to keep moving because we still have more stuff to do. So what happens if, so what we're going to do is we're going to, I'm going to check with Joe Moriello to see that he looked at it, check what the process is to move forward, and then we can put it on the agenda next time to have Chief Schneider here. And then if we want to make any other kind of
Okay.
changes, we could do that. So
Good.
how's that?
Good.
Okay? Okay, great. So, you can stay up here. You don't have to leave. Do you want to talk quick on parades and events? I know that Kevin, Jeff, you wanted to just mention that the village board last night approved.
Approved everything.
Well, they had one.
Okay, no, they
complete,
approved,
right?
what they approved, Hudson Valley Pride Festival Parade on June 2nd. They approved the New Paltz Regatta, which is the second weekend of May. And they approved, which really has no effect on any streets, so I apologize. So they have those two approved, and they also approved the half marathon on June 16th.
Do you know if, when they approved the Pride Parade and the regatta, did they approve the spending, the $325 for each parade that we had asked them to match?
There was absolutely no mention of any funds.
They approved that at our joint meeting.
Not-
325.
Not, they committed to vote to approve it at their next meeting. I remember that specifically.
They voted in good faith to follow up and do it at their meeting.
They wanted, I remember they wanted to do it at their own meeting.
Mhm. But, you know,
So this was the
But
meeting
I
from.
never got the impression that that was an issue.
This was the meeting from last night. There was no mention of that. They just wanted to make sure, did we approve these also, though?
we approved them, and we approved them to fund the police budget for those parades. And then the request was that they were going to,
373.
they were gonna, you know, match when you do the whole calculation with the A fund and the 25%. And so the motion was made by Ariana that, they would approve it at their meeting.
Right.
And that we had to have, you know, in good faith.
Mm-hmm.
So they approved it, but you didn't hear, but you were there
There was,
last night?
yeah, I was there last night. There was no
Maybe.
mention of the money. So can follow up with a very simple email.
Okay.
Just, I will follow up with an email.
What you might want to do, Jeff, is get the copy of the joint minutes, because there was a motion by Ariana.
I've got
And
them here.
you got them?
What date is that?
It was a joint,
April 1st.
Okay, I can look at those.
and specifically said, why Kitty's looking it up. And in the interim, Kitty and Kevin, you guys met with Ariana and Stuart and came up with a potential plan for how to move forward, but my notes say it's not ready just
We're
yet.
talking about parades?
Yeah.
That's
Did you still sort of? work on
Randall, Kitty, myself, Ariana,
Stuart?
Sally,
Oh, right.
Chief.
and the
Snyder,
chief.
and,
But you're still
Commissioner
working, you
Goodman.
still.
There's
finalizing-
another meeting for May 3rd?
Yeah, and I think we'll have it wrapped up.
Okay,
by then.
fine. So, okay, so Kitty, you're looking at that, but then we can move on. Birchland dedication, we did the fire protection contract.
No, we haven't done it yet.
No, I know, that's
Oh.
what's next
Oh.
on here. The only thing, and I don't, okay, it says date not yet, terms needed year, May 31st, 2014. It's just Carol's note to me.
Right, so there were a few things on here, and we'll need Kevin's assistance when he gets back. Keep going.
Okay. Do you want me to do a quick July 4th update while Kevin's gone?
Mm-hmm.
And website update? Okay, the July 4th update, we have a fair amount of money already to start. We need, I don't know, a couple more $1,000 that hopefully we can get from some of the people who have been supporters, or what's the word, sponsors in the past and stuff, but we think we should probably be able to pull it off, and we're pretty close in terms of the funding, and we just have to get some more sponsorships. We have a contract from the county for July 6th. Lori Morris has agreed to do the music. Steve Warren has agreed to sort of oversee everything. It'd be nice to have a couple more volunteers, but for the moment, it looks like July 4th is on, and it will be on July 6th, and hopefully by next month, maybe we can have a full, we can.
Okay, now,
So-
the contract says it's the town of New Paltz 4th of July event.
Yeah, and I know, it isn't us, but I guess the contract's always been with the town. I think the contract's always been in the, I know, it's really quirky, because it's not our 4th of July.
Well, I think,
At the end of the day, I think we're
I
the
think
ones.
it is. I think the only reason it got murky was the need for fundraising for the fireworks. But I think that's where we have the fireworks committee. I think they raise money for the fireworks, but, the contract that we're gonna sign with the county, we're signing it. I mean, we're the ones sponsoring this event. So.
I guess it's the town always, I mean, I don't remember from way back, but I guess we always,
I think I remember
did you guys?
going through this every year, saying, why do we, we do this, I think we should be proud of it. It's an amazing
If it's
thing.
a town event, then it's a town event, and so be it. I agree with you.
Right.
And we provide
so-
the police, and we pay for the police, and we.
Yeah, so, and the reason I'm thinking about it is, just thinking about, what we pay for parades and those kinds of things. I mean, the town really does hold a lot of community events, and this is one of them.
Yeah.
So, and it is great that we have people like Steve who are willing to fundraise to, augment the event by raising money for fireworks.
Well, fortunately, this particular time, there was money left over from last year, plus the money that we put in as a town board, for the fireworks. So we're sort of we're actually set up for, we have a little bit more money this year, starting out, than we did last year. We're in better shape this year, but now, and then hopefully when we go and, get some of the supporters who have supported us in the past, we'll be able to pull it off this year and then have some seed money for next year.
So
But
is
not
it
what
gonna
it
be
looks like
pretty
now.
much the same format, opening at 5 o'clock, and the youth center is gonna donate?
I suspect, I mean,
So it'll be from 5 until after?
that has to all be completely, but I don't see why anything will change. Once we knew that we probably have enough money to pull it all off, I don't see why we would change anything that we haven't done. So as of now, it looks like July 4th will be on, July 6th. Okay, and while Kevin's looking that up, I'll do a quick website update. There's more update than just the website as we move forward. And I just have to state, the website's been a problem long before I came in, right?
Yeah, but it didn't kill people's computers.
No, I know that. But I mean, in other words, when we came in, that's because we just got another virus. And I got
read an article in the paper that, be careful with the town website.
Yeah, so I got a call yesterday from Carol about 6 o'clock that, updating me on the fact that we got this virus. She talked with May. They were trying to figure out, May was trying to figure out what and how to do it, because she had to get in touch with the guy who does the server. And she was able to sort of somewhat disable you know, put it into maintenance mode, which would make nobody, which would protect everybody from getting the virus, but she had to talk to the guy with the server because she didn't want to disable it and then find she was disabling other people's websites and stuff. But finally, they talked last night and stuff, and so she brought it down to a maintenance level, which means if anybody goes onto it, they wouldn't get the virus. We got hacked a couple weeks ago from Turkey.
This one, I got the call at about 2 in the afternoon, and now that I'm the town Facebook administrator, I put
But you should talk to Laura and you too, yes.
Yeah, no, she got me in.
Okay,
So
good.
I said, you know, I put it on Facebook, do not open the town website. And then a friend who uses a Mac couldn't resist peeking at it, but it only attacks Windows. So he was able to read the source code, and this one apparently came from Brazil.
Brazil?
I thought Brazil liked us.
So we have to make a choice. We could pay, it would cost like about $250, maybe a little bit more, $350, for us to buy, to like upgrade the security for the time being while the site still exists. So we could sort of bring it back up and have some security on it, or we could just keep it where it is right now, sort of somewhat maintenance level. You know, mine and Carol's thought is right now just to keep it at the maintenance level. We don't need it brought back up in order to get the new website up and going. That was all sort of vetted today and whatever. And it just sort of seems to me at this point to spend any more money on the site, just keep it maintenance and let's just get this other site up as quick as possible. Would be mine and Carol's preference, but that's up to.
Can we say, can we do anything to it where it says that? Can we say, please check the Town of New Paltz Facebook page for updates?
You want to put a message on it?
Yeah, can we put a message on
We could try, I can't answer that because that.
Yeah, we can try to do that.
We could try to do that. I don't know, do you know, what does that mean? Because by it being on a maintenance level, what does that mean? Do you, okay, so you, I didn't know if you and Carol worked on this a little bit more today. So, I mean, we could try to do that. I just don't know what it looks like if you went on to what it looks like right now. But,
so
I don't spend $350 and bring it back up, but I just sort of feel that this part is so problematic.
We're 3 weeks into our new.
Well, this is what Rosanna, and so I just wanted for the record, because the site was a problem when I got it in, and Carol's been working on it for a long time to try to get it workable, but you two have had experience and it's been problematic long before.
Always been a problem.
Okay, so it's been a problem for a long time, right? And stuff, so when we came in and then Carol started to try to work on it, she could never work on it. She tried to post my name on the site, she tried to post Chris's name, it would never take it, would never publish, and more hours have been spent on that site, and it's been, we inherited a bad site, right? We didn't create a bad site.
Guy Bisk, I guess, you know, had a special way with that site. He could make changes. And the Historic Preservation Commission, their site is still immune and safe.
Yeah.
But
Carol's been dealing with them a lot in terms of, because Historic Preservation has spent so much money to do so many things with their interactive map and everything. Every conversation that we've had relative to this new site, Carol has talked with, is head of Historic Preservation? John. Yeah, she talks with him all the time in terms of making sure anything we do doesn't affect the site, doesn't hurt the site. When we went to them, because of the fact that, you know, there's, you know, Joomla or this or that or whatever, that we could make the transition without whatever, so she hasn't done anything without talking to him, and every decision's been made with him. So what we're sort of, so here's sort of, everybody got a copy in their mail, right?
Yeah, I have it.
Okay, did you got a copy, Kitty?
Whatever money's left over.
So basically, Kitty, I'm sorry, Rosanna and Carol have been meeting, and Rosanna and Carol have been meeting. I guys need you to do this because you're.
We're listening.
Yeah, well, it's not that, it's just the TV cameras. But anyway, Rosanna and Carol have been meeting, and they met yesterday and spent a long time looking at a bunch of different sites, coming up with the one that they liked. And then what they're doing now is going through the site and basically looking at, if you look on the side where it says residents, direct business, facts, blah, blah, blah. Over here where it says town laws, town maps, useful links, budget, DMV, volunteer opportunities, subscribe alert. So Rosanna and Carol are spending time trying to figure out what they want the links to be, if they want to keep the ones that are there, they want to switch them, so like, I think John from Orfatelli said, there's something where you'll see on this one, it says residents, and he was going, we don't need that, you know, and because it didn't make sense in terms of what.
I think our web policy prohibits businesses.
Uh-huh. So, there's no business.
It says it here, but.
This is just the prototype.
This is a prototype.
We get to audit.
And these are the recommended
These
ones.
are what we
Just that.
decided on
Which
for
one?
our site.
And the directory is just gonna be town services.
It's the offices, people,
Yes, yeah, really,
directory.
Oh, town.
Town. Well, she means town board, town personnel directory versus the directory of, you know.
The Chamber of Commerce.
Right, right.
Town.
So right now, this is what they're sort of thinking. You'll see in the middle, it'll be a rotating bulletin board. We have to pick the colors, and, you know, we're thinking town colors, which are, where's that logo? Where's that?
We audited if they're taking trips to Vegas.
Oh, okay.
It's cool.
Trying to figure out the seal, so we
Where
were
they take
trying
us.
to
Can
get
you
it.
grab her microphone? Wow.
We're fine.
Okay. Go ahead, Rosanna.
We were able to get someone from Canal Press to send us the town seal in whatever color we wanted. And we agreed this, since our stationery has maroon, that we would go with a maroon seal and put it onto the site with a maroon or forest green border, because it emphasizes the environmental friendliness and that kind of thing. So we're still working on that. But that was the idea.
So, the town of Brackett, Massachusetts, if you go on to, the town of Brackett, Mass, has a similar format, which is, you know, that they chose. The town of North Castle is one of the only examples.
Actually, that's not true. I
Okay.
found out that Lloyd
Oh, right.
uses them too.
Oh, that's right, Carol said that you called her today to say that Lloyd uses them also.
Yeah, but I mean, they used a different prototype, but they still use this company.
Uh-huh.
So I looked at their site. It's actually very nice.
Uh-huh. So now once
Did you like Lloyd's splash page any better, or you're satisfied with this?
Well, I looked at a lot of towns that use this company, and you'll see the resemblance in all of them, obviously, because they use one of five or six templates, and but you can customize them if you want. But they're all very nice. They all give the information that people are looking for in terms of services and where they need to go for certain things. I mean, it's just such an improvement from what we have. But I mean, Lloyd's was really nice, and I think that ours would probably be similar because we're close.
It's a Lloyd one, since there's 5 templates, did they pick a different template?
Yeah,
the one
they
that you?
used a different one.
So do you like that template better than this template?
Not necessarily. I mean, it's different, but when we were going through and trying to figure out, we really like this one.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so right now, we'll
'Cause
probably,
yeah, I mean, this is what I think would work.
okay, and then the rotating bulletin board could be, you know, we could rotate, so the same clean sweep, you know, such and such a day.
We
And
could
then what
do
ends up
whatever.
happening is, from what Carol told me, it literally like has a sunset, so like, you know, like a day after it happens, it automatically
It comes
disappears.
off.
So it's not like we even have to program it, it just automatically, you know, time
Great.
sensitive, so we'll never have to have old information on the site, and so.
You wanna put your Facebook liaison on here too, so that you can contact.
So, right now, so this is just to give you somewhat of an update. Carol and Rosanna are working on this really, really hard. And I think in some ways now what we've since found out, and we'll have to double check this, we sort of thought that we needed to keep the website up in order to start transferring things over. But actually, because of this virus, that what's being said is that if we start to transfer things over, we might be transferring over the virus. So it's actually better that we don't transfer pretty much anything over, and we just start fresh, we just put new information in, and then we make sure that we have it, once it's up, it's totally secure, so we hopefully don't get these viruses from these foreign countries anymore. And for some reason, I think John's site for the moment is still,
Yeah.
for whatever reason,
I
there's.
think well, I think, because Josh put some extra security on it or something.
Yeah.
I don't know how.
So anyways, that's where we're at. So,
Okay.
you know, it's moving along. We're trying to get it done. So I think we're all in agreement. We're just gonna try to see if we can post something that says go to Facebook for
Right.
information. And basically, the site is temporarily disabled, finally. Okay, so is that okay, so that's the, and so if anybody looks at this and looks at what, you know, Rosanna and Carol are doing, and if you sort of feel like you want any little bit of changes or something, talk to them, but they're really spending a lot of time trying to make it user-friendly for what they believe the needs are of the town government.
So, you know, if there are announcements that we, like road closings or anything like that that would normally go here, just, you know, send me an email and I'll get it up
Then
on
you can do-
Facebook.
Okay, great. Okay, so that's the July 4th, that's the website update. So what were you looking up, Kevin?
Just section 209 of general municipal law.
Which had to do with what?
209D is the fire.
209D.
Oh, because we were looking at the fire
The fire
protection
contract.
contract. So what is it that we're,
So, we had a meeting with representatives from the fire department, fire company, and Stuart and Ariana, and we were waiting for this final number. The discussions with the fire department, fire company, involved the town committing to its annual amount based upon the number of calls, plus funding a capital reserve fund for equipment purchases in the future, together with the village. The auditors that audited the books and records of the village recommended having a specific amount designated for future capital reserve fund, rather than the old, I guess the old practice was that if there was money left over, that money would roll into a reserve fund for capital equipment. And the auditors didn't like that approach because it would vary each year, and the money wasn't really allocated specifically to that fund. So we've come up with a formula where we're going to establish a $50,000 annual contribution to the equipment reserve fund to be funded 50% by the village and 50% by the town. So you have three components in this contract. One is the actual town share, which is $215,955.90. The $25,000 capital contribution by the town toward future equipment purchases, and then a separate payment under 209D to the fire company itself. And that payment would be 10% of the $215,955.90. In this case, would be $21,595. And that is authorized under section 209D of the general municipal law, which says, notwithstanding any other provisions of law, no contract shall be made by a municipality or fire district whereby the services of a volunteer fire department or company are to be supplied outside of such municipality or fire district to provide 1, fire protection, 2, emergency service in case of accidents, calamities, and other emergencies, or 3, general ambulance service pursuant to the provisions of section 209B of this chapter, unless such volunteer fire department or company consents thereto. So it says if the village contracts with the company and the village and town want to enter into an agreement to share services, the company has to consent. Okay? So it's something that's negotiated. Any such contract may provide for the payment of a portion of the consideration expressed therein to such volunteer fire department or company to be expended for fire department or company purposes only. And we have the right to audit this separate amount that's provided to the fire company. Our ability to audit is limited to that portion. However, since they're a not-for-profit, they're subject to annual disclosures and audits anyway.
you know, I have to interrupt for just one second, because it just hit me. is it imperative that we do this tonight, or can it wait?
Well,
Only just because I just realized that this is something Jean really cares about. She's very, very sick, and that's why she's not here tonight. She's been really sick for like a week now, and she's really sick. And she really cares about the fire contract. And I think she had some questions she wanted to ask you and Jeff. So I just realized in some ways if we didn't have to do it tonight, I'd actually like to give Jean the respect to be able to wait to approve this contract. I just thought of it, so I just want to throw that out if it's okay to wait and do it next month when Jean is here.
okay with me.
And the only other good thing, I mean, Kevin answered a lot of the questions that I still had from last night's meeting. It actually probably is best to wait because, and Kitty, do you remember, when do we get, and you may not remember either, when do we get the in-kind, not the in-kind, when do we get the host benefit payment, from the county?
It also gives me time to check that out.
And that gives, and are we going to get it
You're
is
right.
another question, just because I know Susan's involved in negotiations. So,
Right.
you know what, I would like to wait.
Uh-huh.
I'd
There's
like
another
to,
little caveat here too. The other caveat is that this payment that we're making, the discussions I had with village representatives, the village was gonna waive a payment that we make.
That's the payment from the landfill, the $12.25,
Right.
which
They were
has to
gonna-
be in the contract.
Yeah, they were
Is that
gonna
not-
waive that, which is a $10,000 payment, right?
Well, we have to calculate, it's
No.
about 25 per ton, and
well, what happens is, no, that's a different
No.
one.
Oh.
There's a, right, Kitty, hold me true to this, there's a lump sum payment that we were getting from the county as a host benefit.
That we were sharing,
No, I think, I
right?
don't think we got,
That was labeled as fire protection at the, it was in theory being used on the site as fire protection on the site.
Right. Have we been getting it every year?
This I could not answer.
That's what
We
I
were sued over not giving it all.
I know.
We had a lawsuit brought against us from Terry
honestly-
Dunnigan and et al., him being the lead litigant, sued us to get to have us give them all of the money. And I remember it being a pretty good sum, and we were only giving them part of it, so. I think the fiscal side
I think
of
it was
it,
around 50,000 a year, and we were
giving 10.
giving 10
Right,
to the
so
village, but
that should be part of the
yeah,
contract, I
absolutely.
agree. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, does anybody know what we spent last year? I
Well,
think
Jeff
this
has
might,
the budget.
No, I don't have last year. I apologize.
that's why I wanted,
I know.
that's why I wanted.
243.
I
think
think it's,
243,
I think it's
249.
within the same ballpark.
Yeah.
Well, see, this is where it also gets confusing, because, our budget's on a year, their budgets are different, so when we got like the contract, when we did the contract with.
May I just say,
Sure.
if we're not gonna do this
Sure,
tonight,
we can wait,
let's
absolutely,
have this whole discussion next
Absolutely.
month.
Absolutely.
absolutely.
Times,
Second.
That's great.
time to take care of
So
it.
we're not gonna-
Any
so-
minute now, we're going into overtime
That's
here,
great, so good, so
10
we're gonna hold
minutes.
off on the fire contract. The fuel agreement with SUNY, I just got this, I didn't even see it get put onto the agenda.
It's not.
Did anybody have a chance to read it?
I
What
never
is
even
it?
got
I
it.
read
Okay, so
it.
then let's just hold off on it, because this was not on the original agenda that I had done. But we all, if you should, we'll have
Yeah.
copies, but let's hold
Acceptance
off
of the
on that.
minutes?
Okay, so let's
I'm gonna do
skip,
the Donna Deeds stuff.
yeah, so Donna Dietz, and I can let Chris Marks do that. Donna Dietz, in the past, has had problems with her bill. In the past, I think you guys have waived it.
I don't think, have we?
You haven't waived it, you've given her an extended period of time to pay without penalty.
We've never waived it.
We've
never
Yeah,
waived it.
we've never waived it.
Okay.
It is a valid bill. It's just that the bill is completely valid.
Is that on- is that on
It
the-
just needs she has used extended period of time to pay it.
What, is it on the agenda?
But, okay, so I mean,
The bill is valid.
so Chris looked at her bill. She did say she had a water leak, and then she gave us a copy, and so we got a copy of her service bill for the leak, that said whatever, but when we went through this whole thing and we looked at the rates, what it seems apparent is prior to, she wasn't renting out her place, and now she seems to be renting it out. And so if you sort of look at this, it sort of seems like all her rates have have increased, based on the fact that she's got 5 people living there. And so Chris reviewed the entire thing. Chris felt that we should waive the penalty charge, but not waive the bill, right?
And also, is this a owner-occupied rental?
No.
which is not allowed also. So, I mean, here we are also trying to, now we're gonna waive a fee on a non-owner occupied rentals are not allowed in the town of New Paltz.
I think this is a whole can of worms
Yeah.
that is a lot more
Yeah.
expensive than a $50
Yeah.
penalty.
And also, because, am I incorrect to that? We do not allow non-owner occupied residents? It's a rental property in the town of New Paltz.
I don't know
with
about-
multiple,
I think, I believe she lives right next to it. I don't know if it's
Is
on
this
the
a
same
single-family
piece of
home?
property
Is that what you're
or-
saying?
I think it's a separate, whole separate.
I don't
it's
know.
12, it's 12 North Ihaville and 16 North Ihaville.
Is this non-owner?
It's
I think
residential.
before you get into that, you check with Stacy.
Yeah, I think we need to discuss this with Stacy, and go from there.
So let's wait.
Yeah, well,
Well, because it's not going to increase the penalty.
What's the
It was-
penalty? What's the penalty?
Well, it's due May 8th.
Well, so the person, let me.
She's asking for penalties in
Let's-
errors.
Let me step
There's
back
no
for a second.
errors.
If
No,
we're just-
in error.
Mine was
Oh,
just waive the two penalty fees, but keep the regular bill.
So the penalty
Why would you
fees,
wanna
Yeah.
waive
they've been
penalty?
levied in
Because there
error?
was- There was potentially the 2 leaks there.
But
Although they were not documented.
But the
by-
leaks are post-meter, so it's a responsibility of the homeowner, anything that's post-meter.
It's F, yes.
So it's not if my toilet breaks in my house and runs endlessly, so be it. It's post-meter.
I'm just
Not
concerned
pre-meter.
about precedent, you know, you just keep.
My thought was,
We've
this
never
started long
waived.
before me, that it wasn't addressed by whoever the water commissioner was at that point, or by the board, that no determination was given, so, I mean, it should have come to some kind of, yes, you know, you have to pay, no, you don't.
So what's the rationale for waiving?
We've never waived.
What's the rationale now, in this case, for waiving? Is there one?
Not, I'm sorry.
No, you're just giving her a longer period of time to pay this high bill, but in the meantime, she's going to, that finance charge is going to kick in after the 1 month.
Oh, so you're waiving the finance
You're
charge?
just,
Yeah,
you're
it's just the
waiving the
finance
finance
charge,
charge,
not the-
not
Well,
the bill.
I think she should pay everything, including the finance charge, and then if we feel we want to go back
I'm
and,
just saying, why are you gonna treat one person differently than
Yeah.
other people?
This has happened like 3, 4, 5 times over the last number of years, and that's what the board has done every time.
So maybe
but
we
not
should-
in this, not with a leak that I'm aware of. The only one time in the 7 years I've been here, have we once done it, and it was at the liquor store at,
No, this has happened to her.
I've never done with
specifically.
Deeds. Remember at the liquor store we had the one? Did we did it with Deeds? Not when I,
Well, I don't know about
Yeah.
you, but since I have been here in the last
Since you've
12
been-
years, it's
So-
happened like 4 or 5 times.
So what's the
So I've never
rationale?
done-
Tell
yeah.
me.
I mean, 4 or 5 times that she's
That
had a
we're-
problem with her
That
bill?
she's had a problem with her boiler or, you know, whatever,
Yeah,
which
I
has
mean-
caused a high bill, and the board has allowed her to pay that high bill over time, but because they're giving, and normally it's been like 6 months, they've given her 6 months to pay it, but she wouldn't have to pay the penalty within that 6 months, because she would get like 2 penalties in that time.
Right now, she doesn't even want to pay the bill. She
This
wants us
isn't
to waive the
actually
bill,
water,
but that's
it's-
beside,
It's sewer, she has a well, and by what she's written in the paper, we judge all of our sewer rates by the water usage, by the water meter.
So how do you measure her water?
You measure the water coming into the home.
We meter the water.
What
Oh,
comes
you
in
meter
goes
it
out.
from the well.
Yeah, meter.
meter the water.
That it wasn't pumped into
Is this yours?
the sewer, that was pumped out on her lawn. Again, I have, all I have is this, I have nothing from a bill for what was done.
Well, I'm confused also by the whole water leak thing. It's, the water leak appears to be on the furnace system.
Yeah.
And I'm befuddled how possibly, it's a good word, isn't it?
it's a great word.
I love the word befuddled.
I've never used that word, but I like it.
It's a good word.
Very simple, people
How
think
that
it's
much
gross.
water could possibly be going through a furnace water leak that would not be noticed
your pressure relief valve is broken, what happens?
She
Yeah, but
lives
you would
next
notice a
door.
flooded
I mean,
basement awfully quickly. I mean, the water
Sure.
needs to go somewhere.
But
You would think so.
Well,
I mean,
he-
someone who checks on their rental.
I'm having-
Does not live there, I mean, I would,
I'm having difficulties. One is trying to match a leak on a furnace attached to excessive bills, which are less than the bills that are when there's someone living there.
But it's probably a boiler, right? And it's heating her hot water, and it was spewing the hot water all over the basement.
I
think.
don't
And
think-
someone would notice it very rapid. I mean,
Well-
it appears that during the rental months is where the large bills are coming.
I want to table it.
I'd like to table this whole thing, because I'd like to talk to
I don't want to
Stacy.
table it, because I think this poor, what she's really saying is, please, somebody answer me.
I'd like to, my recommendation is we take no action, and the person is treated the same as everyone else
Right. And
that
let's let her
has
know
service in our community.
It's really,
But then it's taking action,
No, we're taking no action.
We're
Okay.
not taking any
Okay,
action.
so
Taking
in
no
other words,
action.
we're just telling her she owes the money for these bills.
right, and you can pay it over an extended period of time.
With interest, or whatever,
Well, pay the penalties.
penalties, or whatever it is.
I mean, it happens to homeowners all the time.
Yeah.
Stuff breaks and you get a
Okay.
big bill, and it's,
So basically, she has to pay.
yeah.
Okay.
Actually, I
So,
wanna
So,
find out.
we're done with-
who,
we're done with this?
who responds to her, just so she knows she is getting an answer? Rosanna?
The Facebook liaison.
I'll put it on
Rosanna.
Facebook.
She's-
Okay. Next?
Okay, so we're done with that finally. Okay, so that's the order is, so I don't think we have anything else on here,
Just
do we?
warrants,
Except
right?
for,
We have the warrants.
well, we have
Warrants,
the
and
warrant,
that's it.
we have the acceptance of the minutes, we have the warrants. We're supposed to, the court clerk, Justice Katz had wanted to come, and I don't think I called him back, because he was gonna come tonight, because they had that.
Talking about the court officer.
Yeah, do we have that,
We have his resume.
they have, oh God, I'm sorry, I didn't call him back. I called really late last night, and, they, want us to hire, okay, here it is.
Frank Coates.
So they did interviews, they interviewed people from New Paltz. They have they have the clerk, and then they also have the court officer. So attached, please find an application for Frank Copes. We would like to hire him as a court officer for the New Paltz Justice Court. We've interviewed him and found to be capable and qualified to perform the duties we need. He is an out-of-town resident, and we would like the town board's approval in hiring him. We are extremely lucky to find someone with his qualifications that is interested in working with us. He is a state court officer trained by OCA. Unfortunately, we have been unable to find anyone that lives in the town of New Paltz that has the qualifications to be a court officer under the county's requirement, as you can see in the guidelines that were provided to us by Ulster County personnel. Enclosed, please contact us if you need any further information. And signed by John and by Jim Bacon, and it's even got the seal. So,
I would like to see applications from everyone in New Paltz.
according to Justice Katz, when it comes to a court security officer, they really need certain kinds of qualifications.
No, but there's
And
no,
they-
well, we have all decided that it does not require,
What happened to that guy?
yeah,
Who,
there was a couple guys that actually, I've had one actually call me and say he was not even interviewed, and he does have a pistol permit, and he also has firearms training from the state, and he wasn't even called for an interview.
Okay, how about if we do this?
I can
felt-
tell you from my experience, it's nice to have people with OCA experience. It's Office of Court Administration. It really is important.
And you visit too many courts, unfortunately.
I'm in a lot of courts,
I know.
and it's important. The security part of a court is really important for everybody.
but you have to start somewhere,
Yeah,
right?
and I'd like to see this posted on with our Facebook liaison as an open position and advertised.
I think they did advertise it. I think they did go through the whole process. They did try to get somebody from New Paltz. And, look, I'm gonna say, we have two judges, they're both elected. They went through the process. We told them they wanted people from New Paltz. They brought this just a while ago. They went through it, and this is what they're both saying based on their expertise.
Well, it's not
and-
as much as that we want someone from New Paltz, that's our law. It's actually,
No,
it's
no,
not that we
it's-
want, it's our law is that we hire people.
Qualified person
Yeah.
from New Paltz.
And I have I have nothing to show me that we don't have any qualified people that applied. I think as the town board, it's our responsibility to see who the applicants are. The same as now that we're looking for a part-time person. You can shake your head, no, but we're looking to hire a part-time person in our office here, and we are given all the resumes so we can see where they're from.
No, I understand.
So I'd like to see all the resumes.
So I think what Jeff is asking for, he says, unfortunately, we have been unable to find anyone that lives in the town of New Paltz that have the qualifications to be a court officer under the county's requirements. So maybe just ask them to provide the board with the supporting documentation
Well,
for
what
that.
I'm just gonna say is that, no, John actually, he called, I got the message at like 10 o'clock, he called like at 9:45 last night. I didn't get back from wherever I had to be last night till like 10:30. I heard his message, it was too late to call them, and then I was just so busy all day today that I just completely,
So do you
just
want to
whatever.
approve
So
the
he
subject to
wanted-
Jeff
he wanted-
reviewing
He wanted
this?
to come, so I just want you to know, they did
Well,
want to come to talk to us.
But I think we should
Yeah.
all be reviewing this, and I would like to see then another, I don't want, lack of a word, canvas. And also, we had decided that, requirements were not that they were an armed person, was one of the requirements. That actually we had, I cannot remember if it was Judge Bacon or Judge Katz, were even here saying it does not require that they are an armed person or OCA trained. Now, that was a year or two ago, so maybe they've since changed their mind. But that could be something more.
He refers to the court under the county
Right.
requirements.
Well, there's,
So I think
Yeah.
the county requirements are different now, and
it's possible.
what's interesting now is you have a lot of towns now hiring OCA court officers at a lower rate than it costs to bring in like a sheriff's department. I know the town of Wappingers is doing that now. They have a much lower rate to hire an OCA guy at a flat rate versus the sheriff's department at the overtime rate plus all the benefits and all that stuff.
Right, so by the time you're done, it's $60 an hour, it's
Exactly.
ridiculous. Yeah.
Versus 25.
Yeah, or less.
Right.
You're probably getting these for a lot less.
Is the number in here?
We don't pay that much. We pay, it's,
I just know, I mean, I think they need to have somebody, I agree with what Kevin's saying in terms of the fact that they need to feel comfortable, they need to feel that they have somebody there.
See, I think they're running the court, it's their court, as long as they've done the diligent search for applicants that would have the qualifications to meet that threshold, I'm okay with what they're suggesting. Now, if one of the board members wants some additional material, I have no problem with that either.
Well, would you like to make a motion pending?
I'd just like more discussion before we do
Okay.
anything.
I mean, I just feel the same way you do, I feel that they're both elected officials, I know they went through their due diligence. This is a recommendation, and I'm not looking to micromanage them. I'm not saying you are, Jeff, by any means, I'm just saying from my perspective, if this is, what the two judges are requesting, and I do know they went through the process.
I guess my question
well,
is,
actually, no, if you look at minimum qualifications, 1 year of experience in law enforcement or security work, or successful completion of 1 year of study at a regionally accredited New York State registered college or university, which included or was supplemented by 1 course in criminal justice, police science related field, or 1 year of work experience in a courtroom setting in a clerical or administrative position. At no time at all does it say here that the person needs to be armed. Does it say here that they have to be OCA trained? None of that is in here at all. I'm looking at it right here. So, Susan, the statement that it needs to be someone's OCA trained, if you look at the county description.
I just read, all I did was read
Yeah.
what was given by our judges.
Right, but no,
I didn't
there's,
say anything.
no, there's
I read
nothing
it.
about it having to be OCA trained.
No, Kevin was saying, Kevin was the one who had it.
No, he's
I
just
read-
saying that they're there, but.
Oh, I know, no,
yeah.
I'm just saying, all I did was read you what was written to me by the two judges.
Yeah.
And they said the OCA training, And then Kevin basically.
I'm just saying, the OCA guys.
No, and I agree with you, that could be, very well could be.
And he says he's a state court officer trained by OCA. And then he said, unfortunately, we have been unable to find anyone that lives in the town of New Paltz that has qualifications to be a court officer under the county's requirements, as you can see in the guidelines that require to testify Ulster County personnel.
Well, I'm not happy that we don't have a single person in the town of New Paltz who's got a high school degree.
Right.
But,
Well, you know,
on
you
the
talk
other
about
hand-
minimum, and I understand.
So so the requirements that they're mentioning in the letter are completely different, and if you want to match the requirements are that it is someone that experienced in law enforcement or security work. So security work would not necessarily mean that they have any pistol permits or any weapon training. Completion of 1 year of study at a university with at least one course in CJ or police science or related field. And where did the other page go, whatever.
So they are supposed to have 1 year of university?
1 year, yes.
I didn't see that actually on the application. I saw high school, I didn't see university.
So it's really like anything else, you have the minimum requirements, and then you have somebody that's really competent to do the job.
Or actually, where's it, did you have that other page?
I just gave Kitty,
No, there was 2 pages of the.
Yeah, here.
What'd you do with it? Did I do something with it?
oh, you have the clerk one and you said.
What's the same one?
Yeah, no, one is for the court officer and one's for the clerk clerk.
Oh,
This is court security officer I'm reading here. So it seems like all we really need is someone to apply that has at least a year of college, well, no, actually, that's actually Kitty. So 1 year of experience in law enforcement or security, or completion of 1 year registered, or experience in court. So it doesn't require that they're armed, doesn't require they have OCA, doesn't require any of this. So I would really like to take another look and do another canvas. Oh, here we go, Kevin. It was out of order.
Is it underlined?
It was under, yeah. So and the other or is 1 year of work experience in a courtroom setting in a clerical or administrative position. So it seems to me that I understand them selecting it, but I need to see, you know, I'm not going to micromanage the courts, absolutely not. I will micromanage our laws, and our law clearly states that we are to look at anyone that lives in the town or village of New Paltz. So I really would like to see all the applications, and if we have no one applying, maybe we need to go out and put it on Channel 23, put it in the newspaper, and put it on the Facebook page.
I would agree with all of that. The only difficulty I'm having is that our 2 judges are saying in their cover letter that they have followed the spirit and the rule of the law and couldn't find anybody.
Well,
I'm just not entirely comfortable saying,
Well, I do believe
I
they
don't
have
believe
because,
you.
I do believe they have because they asked us to do the court officer a while ago, and you did ask them to go through this process.
and we
And
found,
so, and they did go through the process, now they're coming back with a recommendation, and now we're asking them to go through the process again.
so there was a woman in the position. Is she still there? And we said you
We're
could,
talking about the court officer, we're not talking about the clerk yet.
I think you're right,
No.
there was somebody temporarily in there.
a temporary woman was there
She was
as a
one from
court
Gardner.
officer.
Yeah.
Oh, she was the one from Gardner.
Yeah.
that we put
Is
in
she
for
still
temporary.
there?
I
Or
guess-
is this person replacing?
You know, I can't answer that. I mean, right now, we're supposed to, I have to look at my email to see if Ariana or Brian, right now, technically, we're trying to get a meeting for Tuesday night, although none of you have responded,
I
so,
did.
you know,
I
except
said
for,
I
okay. And so if we were calling for Tuesday,
You put it
Sally
on.
and Stuart said they could come. I'm waiting for a confirmation from the 3rd Village Board members so we can have the meeting Tuesday. If we can do the meeting Tuesday at 7:30, if we could meet at 7 o'clock and we could have John
That's fine.
and Jim come and take this on. I don't wanna keep waiting, but I'd like them to come
Fine
and
with that.
talk
I'm fine
and
with
explain it, not me, because
Fine.
so if that's okay, well, we'll
In
just
the
call a special
meantime,
meeting if we have to.
maybe in the meantime, just
Oh, it's
somebody
going
call
to-
over and see what they did.
Well, I'm just saying, bring everything, and
Yeah,
let them explain it.
fine.
I can't explain it for them, and John didn't wanna come.
Okay.
You know, it was, you know, and I just completely forgot to call him back today.
You're gonna do warrants next?
Okay, so we're gonna put this on hold for the moment. I'll ask them to come back and to come and whatever. Okay, so just before we do the warrant, we have to do the, we'll do the warrant, we'll do the minutes, we'll do the rescue squad thing. Tomorrow, we're doing the interviews for the bookkeepers.
I have 9 o'clock and 9:30.
9 o'clock and 9:30. And so I do have the resumes here. I can hold them both till tomorrow, or you can take them in.
Who's going to be doing this? Me? And
It's all of us.
All of us?
All of us.
Good.
And this way by us, it was originally going to be myself and Jean scaling down, but Jean looked through everything. She narrowed it down to the people in New Paltz and then the people outside of New Paltz, that we were going to do interviews. She's been really sick. We have Patty's also been not, feeling too well and stuff. We need to get this going. The two people from New Paltz that we're gonna talk to both seem to have very, very, very good experience. I think we're gonna have a very hard time trying to make up our minds. So instead of wasting any time, it's more important that we take these two people who are from New Paltz, which is the preference of the board anyway. They both have very good experience. Bring them in, let the board interview them, so this way if we like one of the two, since it's the four of us anyway, then we could make a decision and then we could take action and get somebody to come in.
I know somebody from New Paltz who submitted an application who is not in here. So were people who are not being considered for interviews notified that they're not being considered for interviews?
What we did was notify the people that we were going to interview. So, but I don't think we've notified the people who aren't getting interviews.
Yeah.
But when we look through the resumes for New Paltz and stuff.
Right.
I mean,
I think it would be premature to notify people anyway, because you might get through the first round and you might say.
Okay. And Jean knows one of the two, and she feels they're very, very competent. The other person comes with high recommendations. So, since we seem to have two very, very capable people with experience in some, whatever, let's get in, let's talk to them. We can always make a decision after that, but we really have to.
Okay.
We're at a critical point.
All right, let's start with
Okay,
these
so
two.
9 to 9:30 tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Yes, okay, so now, can we do the rescue squad, get
Yes.
somebody to approve the, check for the rescue squad?
I make a motion, we approve the prepay in the amount of $72,978.50.
Second.
New Paltz Rescue Squad.
Second.
Any discussion?
No.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion so carried. Okay, and then, all we have left is the minutes and the, warrant and prepay. So you wanna do that?
Which minutes are we
It's
doing?
2 sets of minutes, right?
Yeah, you wanna do the minutes first? The only thing, Jean, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Rosanna, on the March 21st, where you have yellow, that was the one where I questioned that I didn't think Ira, funny enough, Commissioner Ira Margolis, it says, Police Commissioner Ira Margolis indicated the commission recommended that the town continue paying for the Little League and Pride Parade because they're town parades, but you never said that.
No.
Right,
I
so,
think I went back and revised that.
Well, it's
But-
highlighted here.
it's highlighted in here in these minutes that we have.
I went back and I checked the tapes, and whatever the last set I sent out was what I found on tape.
Something is wrong with that because,
I'll take it out.
Okay,
that's
great.
easy.
Okay, great.
Okay.
So if we could just take it out, since I was here and he's saying, okay, and I don't remember him saying it also, so.
Okay, under public comment, Kathleen, on the first page, where am I on this? Under announcements, public comment, second paragraph, second sentence about Hector Rodriguez. He indicated that the Ulster County Legislature and a few other towns have already passed a resolution in opposition, should be added.
So towns
Two
plural.
words, in opposition.
Towns plural.
Yes, and towns plural. And what else? At the end of the, I think it's the top of page 3, on this section of parades, the last paragraph, I would like to add, Paul Brown, a member of the New Paltz Regatta Committee, stated his appreciation for the approval of these parades and stated he would attend the village board meeting and ask that they approve the $325 per parade. I can just email that to you.
Okay,
So that is in there. Weren't we talking about that?
Well, he said that he would go and ask the
Oh, okay.
village to do it.
She's adding the fact that he showed appreciation for the town board.
Right.
Is that,
And since we get such little love, Kitty wants to
Yeah.
make sure it's reflected.
Yeah. So I'll just send you that. So other
Okay.
than that, I have no.
Okay, so the only thing I have is on page 7, Rosanna, where it says village budget discussion, where we have money for parades listed. So this is supervisors and request the village to include the following items in the budget: money for parades, contribution toward the operating deficit for Memorial Pool, as well as 50% for all capital improvements and emergency repairs. Number 3, I don't remember us.
I don't remember saying
We
that.
didn't say the enhancement of programs at the community center. Number 3
Someone
was,
did. Someone did.
I
But-
probably did.
but that never made it into what we agreed to do for the letter. The third thing was the rescue squad, that they should contribute towards the village's enhanced cost for the rescue squad services. And so that was what ended up
That's the
being.
third thing.
That's the third thing, and that was the letter that I ended up handing for you to put into the record that reflected those 3 things. So Kitty might have brought it up, but never made it into what we were gonna ask the village, because the rest of us didn't agree with her.
Well, I think we did, but, so
No, 'cause
you
I-
want to strike
The number 3, the
community
enhancement,
center?
right, put in rescue squad, contributed toward it, contribution towards the enhanced services provided for the rescue squad for village residents.
Well, I'm too
That's
tired
it.
to argue, but I'm pretty sure that this was the same night that the lady came to protest losing the extra staff at the community
Yeah,
center.
but I don't
No,
think
that
we,
was in-
I don't think we ever put that into a request for the village, though.
Right,
That was always a town thing.
yeah.
Right, but my point that night was that just as Moriello is a shared service, the community center does offer shared
Well,
programs, but anyway, didn't make it in, it's fine if we take it out.
I just know that's not what it went into, did not go into the letter that I sent to the village, which we put into the minutes, and it had to do with the parades, Memorial Pool, and the rescue squad. So that's why I'm just saying that reflects what the letter was that I sent on behalf of the town board. Okay, so with those
That's
changes, do I have a motion to approve the March 21st minutes with the
So moved.
amended changes?
So moved.
A second?
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion so carried.
Abstain.
Jeff was not here. Okay, and then March 28th,
Abstention.
Abstention, either
all
one.
in favor?
I'll take either.
Aye, motions are carried. Okay,
All
I
in
have no
favor
changes
twice.
on the 28th. Does anybody else?
Thank you, Counselor.
Anybody else have changes on the 28th?
No.
Well, you're gonna
Oh,
abstain.
Oh,
yes, I got
actually, I
it.
do,
Ab-
I'm sorry.
Abstention.
Abstention.
At the very
I
end, a
abstain on
motion
basis
was
of
made by
abstention.
Councilwoman Galucci to advertise in the Defaults Times for a part-time bookkeeper for 25 hours a week at a salary to be determined. The ad is also to be placed on Craigslist and Channel 23. I just want a record that we
Right.
did broadcast
Right.
this. So I'll send you that as well.
Okay, so do I have a motion to accept the
So
amended?
moved.
Do I have a second? I'll second it.
Spell
All in
it correctly.
favor?
That's the legal term.
Motion so carried with Jeff abstaining,
Yeah.
right?
Counselor.
Okay, so now we just have to do the warrant, and then we can
That's
actually
fine,
go
that works.
home.
Okay, the warrant. Was this done by Jean and Kitty?
Jean, and you can do this warrant?
Yes, we did.
Is there any questions that came up?
There were questions that I asked the department heads about. I left notes in the boxes.
Did you get Joe's response to your email? With your,
No,
no?
no.
Okay.
You know, I
We were
know
looking at
when I
some
saw
results
that-
of research.
Yeah,
When I saw that, I was trying to knock my brains out to try to remember, because I don't necessarily
I
remember.
don't know,
them.
we got quite a large bill.
What was the consolidation, bill?
The only thing, he came to the meeting, you know,
He
so.
researched bills relevant to the differences between village and town laws. That's what the invoice says.
Yeah, I know, it had to probably be specific to, I don't know, sometimes also, like Stacy calls him or the chief calls him, so sometimes there's bills for other.
So he's very good about itemizing, and
Yeah.
I didn't question a
Yeah.
conversation with Stacy or Joe. This was specifically research about consolidation.
You
and
just wanted the information, that's
Just-
all.
I just
What
don't know
did you
if- I
find
just don't know-
out?
I don't know if it was a consolidation on the government or if it was something else. I mean, I'm trying to remember, because I haven't called them about anything with consolidation I can think of.
It
You
might
know,
have been
so-
a question that was generated at our meeting that he was at, that we
So you-
asked him
yeah,
to
I
go
can
and
call him to ask,
research.
I mean, I'll go back and look at it and stuff, because
Okay.
I saw your note last night or
Right.
something, and again, I haven't been in the office all day today, you know, because of all the events we had.
But anyway,
So-
the questions I had, I asked directly to the people I had.
And the only question I had, and the good news is the Hampton Inn lawsuit, it all keeps going forward. In 60 days, we should have
Oh, it should be done?
up, it should, that will be the expiration of all the dates, and lo and behold, unless another Article 78 is, well,
I don't think
can you create a new Article 78 on another issue that you didn't raise in the first one?
No.
And it also has the
And
highest
he's
court,
done
right?
with, well, he's done with the appeals, that would then, he would have to be appeals again, which is his legal right, welcome to America. He would have to get a judge now to agree to a
Stay.
stay. So not only, the appeal will not now automatically trigger a stay. So we actually might get ground broken on a nice place for people to come to our community and actually stay in our community.
Not in time for this year's graduation,
Which will be, I believe, May 9th,
somewhere around
May
there.
18th, 19th, around there is graduation.
So do I have a motion to accept the warrant?
In the amount of $304,607.28.
Do I have a second?
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion so carried. So as of now, can all the board members make Tuesday at 7:30, assuming I confirm that we have a quorum with the
Tuesday at
village?
7:30, I can't do it.
You can?
Tuesday at 7:30, the 30th, yes,
You can?
yes.
Okay. Would it be okay, Kevin, if, we will be getting a letter from Linda Kingsley that should be outlining all of the options and issues that we need to be
Yeah, just let me
discussing.
review that in advance and
Yeah.
I'll share my views.
Yeah,
Right.
okay. So I will confirm tomorrow, I just have to double check that we have a quorum for the village. And as long as we have a quorum for the village, we will schedule a meeting at 7:30 at Town Hall. And I'll try to schedule 7 o'clock to get the judges to come in if they could make it. I don't know, what nights do they have
No,
court?
Tuesdays would be, isn't
Who is court on?
Judge Jim Bacon
Okay,
is.
so John will come, because John was the one who called to ask if he could come. So I'll try to schedule 7 for Judge Katz, and 7:15?
Yes.
7:15 probably enough, I'll schedule
That's for
7:15 with
Spellball,
Judge
right?
Katz, and then 7:30
probably
with
cut off
the
because
Joint
there
Town
probably
Village
are so
Board,
many
for
characters.
purposes of, you know, legal counsel updating us on,
Consolidation efforts.
right. Okay, so with that, I don't think there's anything left, we haven't left
Oh, we're
anything
getting out
off,
of here early.
right?
I make a motion to,
Let us go home?
Adjourn.
thank you, Counselor, adjourn.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All
For
in favor?
discussion purposes only. All in favor,
Motion so
aye.
carried?
Aye.
Aye.
Good night, everybody.